Hello, everybody. I am Tiny Infinity. I am going to be your caster for today. I am, in fact, captain of the DU Overwatch team, and so I chose not to make a team, and so I am here casting. We are just getting some things set up. We've had some technical difficulties, unfortunately, but hold on. We're having some technical difficulties still. I'm still trying to figure out, is Bong Ripper going to be here? I am not sure. I believe I have the correct... Like I said, unfortunately, we've been having some technical difficulties. We've been having some Wi-Fi outages on campus. It's been a whole adventure so far, but we're getting through it. I'm just confirming that I have... Okay. Still around? No. Okay, things have changed on me. Well, regardless, I am in a game, and it will be good. I'm very excited. He was crazy last time. Yes, Bong Ripper is one of our players on the Overwatch team, and he is a very strong player. Is it just me or the caster kind of quiet? I can speak up. That is not a problem. Just let me know if I need to speak up at all. This is my first time casting. I'm usually the one playing, so... Whose games are we watching first, Tiny? Well, I believe we are watching Mercy Girls versus, I believe, Centennial Punk Rats. I've just got music running for now. Hope that's okay. Swag. Yep. We're just hanging out for a few. Figuring some stuff out. Hello. Glad to have you on stream here with us. Punk is good, shush. Yep, I'm expecting to see some bold opinions about the different teams in chat. Seeing as this is a community tournament, it was open to any member of the DU esports community. And it will be, I'm rooting for him. Yep. Alright, I have to briefly update my schedule. Just letting the different players know where I will be and when. Now, for me, I don't know all of the players on these two teams, although we will be getting to know them. We're just here for fun. Kiwi is a very good gamer. Yeah. I actually know two players from each team. I know Scuff, because Scuff is a player on DU Overwatch, and Kiwi is a former player for DU Overwatch. They are both absolutely incredible players, and I'm really excited to see what they have brought today to the playing field. Now, Scuff is usually our Lucio player. We see a lot of Lucio from him. We see a lot of Ana and that sort of thing. While Kiwi was a much more of an all-arounder, but usually would end up playing tank for us. Now, this was a couple years ago, so I am excited to see. And we are entering. Let's get right on into this. Alright. Okay. There we go. We are on Nepal. Just mosey on through, give everybody an idea of the map in case any of you haven't played it recently and need a refresher. The teams are choosing their different heroes. Looks like on the Mercy Girls team, we are looking at Lucio, McCree, Genji, Reinhardt, and a Kiriko, whereas for Centennial Punkrats, we're looking at a D.Va, Moira, Soldier, Baptiste, and Symmetra. Turn the music down. Yes! That is my fault. I need to pause it. There we go. Because the full focus here is on the games.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright.
Round 1.
Now, let's see. Both teams coming right out the gates. We've had a swap to the Genji now. Mercy Girl's getting here first, taking a more aggressive positioning. Calliope from the Punkrats has moved to the side a little bit on her own, leaving the rest of the Mercy Girls to push through the small corridor. However, Centennial Punkrats have moved since main and are trying to push from here, despite the loss of their tank. They're moving now on to point. Mercy Girls are likely going to get the first cap, especially with the loss of both Soldier and Baptiste so late in the fight. D.Va is back, and I think for the time being that Centennial Punkrats are just going to be resetting. Alright, let's see how Centennial Punkrats are going to be taking this fight. Coming main. Getting some pot shots in on the Rhine. They're just kind of hanging out in this choke right now, not really pushing, although Soldier pushes up and unfortunately pays for it with his life. Centennial Punkrats still just kind of holding this choke, holding back, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do here, as this is a little bit of an unfortunate situation, being down one. Although the Soldier, who died, has now come around on a wide flank. The team immediately responds. Unfortunately, his team... Oh, pushing forward again. Double dongle. Pushing the point. Genji goes to confront him. Before the rest of both teams follow. We have a Kitsune rush. Soldier ult from Nkuk and Brother Wolf there. I'm sure how to say that name, but... And that ultimately leads to a wipe of Centennial Punkrats. They are setting up again. Alpha Lupum almost has that shatter, and we almost have a Genji Blade, which can be two very influential ultimates. And there Ronin goes, pulling that blade. In he goes, swinging on the D.Va. And Centennial Punkrats cannot even get the touch. It was a good fight by them, but they just couldn't quite get it there.
Score 1-0.
Alright, I am very curious to see if Centennial Punkrats are going to change anything for this next round. Or if they're gonna keep... Oh, we have a pause, it seems. Alright, we are just gonna be hanging out here for a minute. Holding on this pause. I think that was a really good fight from both teams. Really good round, rather, from both teams. However, I failed to really see Centennial Punkrats really pull any of those key ultimates that can really just be game changers. And so, as a result of Brother Wolf and Nkux both Visor and Kitsune Rush, they were able to pull out a really key fight there. And Centennial Punkrats really just didn't capitalize on their kind of ult advantage there. But we will be getting back into this. The Genji Blade was very strong there too. Just diving right in. I don't believe that Mercy Girls ever had the reason to pull that Lucio beat. So it'll be very interesting. Just hanging out paused. I do think Double Dongle had a really strong idea there by going on that right side flank. I just think the rest of his team needed to capitalize a little bit more, maybe push on that flank and take the space that Double Dongle had afforded them. However, they chose to stay on their side of the choke, and as a result, did not get too much space there. They're fixing settings. We have fixed some settings now. Again, this is a tournament set up and run by these students, so there's bound to be a couple technical difficulties. We're not perfect. We make it work. Now, this point of Nepal is especially distinctive because we have the very large pit here, which leads to a lot of environmental eliminations. I know for a fact that Scuff of Mercy Girls is going to be looking to get some boops. Alright, we're running with the Sigma, Moira, Reaper, Baptiste, and McCree for Centennial Punkrats, and Lucio, Soldier, Genji, Rhine, and Ana for Mercy Girls. Both teams kind of just posturing around here, and I can already see Scuff looking for some boops, but he's not going to get any right now because Centennial Punkrats, some have dropped. They've mostly dropped to the point, and now Rhine and Genji are going down to meet them. A little bit of conflict here. We get a stick, but nothing too much. Rhine goes down quickly, a little bit unsupported there all on his own, and Centennial Punkrats managed to capture this point. Being down there Rhine, I see that this is probably going to be a difficult fight for Mercy Girls. Although, Scuff does get the boop. And, oh, goes for another, but just doesn't quite get it. Mercy Girls are now working to regroup. They're on the Orisa now instead of the Reinhardt. Alpha Lupum chasing down that Reaper, and they are hunting for Sigma in that back corner. Fortunately, though, that does mean they lose their Ana and their Soldier. Kree into the pit, and only Moira left standing of the Centennial Punkrats. Ooh, it seems like Tracer might be hunting. Alpha Lupum attempting to finish off Baptiste there, but content to just fall back and hold close at point. That is an unfortunate loss of losing their Soldier so early into this fight here. That really swings the favor into Centennial Punkrats' side. They're kind of just poking for now, and that loss of Scuff also. Just two important characters gone so early. Alright, they use High Noon and Window, able to get Alpha Lupum with that combination. Reaper, Double Dongle, is chasing for these supports, and they manage to flip the point back. Some really strong play there. I think there might have been a little bit of miscommunication on where that window got placed, but ultimately it did work out in the end. So now it's up to Mercy Girls to retake the point. A little bit of poke here, with their Ana following behind. The team Centennial Punk Rats is a little bit split. We've got this Reaper going. Oh! Very good flank, but unfortunately gets caught out by both the beat and the sleep to just simply negate that Death Blossom. Alright. And now Centennial Punk Rats, having lost the point, has to reset. Little bit of poke here. Just sort of playing in this little hallway. This is where a lot of teams like to play on this point. Reaper poking a little bit, but the soldier's gonna get him at range. Seems that the team is moving to the left. Reaper very low there. Could go down. Alright, we've used the Immortality Field early, meaning that is a resource they will not have for another 30 seconds. Reaper and maybe Kree. Reaper going on a hard flank. However, he finds himself face to face with both Orisa and Lucio. Team's a little bit split now with Kree going left, Bap on point, and Sig in Mega Room. However, they're gonna have to touch, and they just barely do with the Sig, although his ult does get cancelled and he is very quickly picked off, leading to a very quick 2-0 by Mercy Girls. Really strong playing from both teams. That was incredible to watch, but I just think that Mercy Girls had the much stronger ult usage. They just ended up ulting most of the time sooner and in usually more advantageous positions. All in all though, very good control map. Wonderful to watch. Now it is going to be Centennial Punk Rats pick for the next map. We will be going on to a hybrid map, and the options are Paraiso, Eichenwald, and King's Row. I know a lot of people definitely prefer King's Row, and it has definitely earned the name Scrim's Row, as it is practiced on quite a lot. So I'm curious to see what map is going to be selected here. Oof, ouch, my bones. Yep. Little bit rough. You can predict here. Channel points. Make sure to try and take a prediction here. Who's gonna win this series? Mercy Girls or Centennial Punk Rats? Calliope with the endorsement level 5. Yeah, that is something that is in fact pretty rare to see. Endorsement level 5. It's much more typical that endorsements end up like Mercy Girls with 3s and 2s. That's where at least... Never seen that before in Overwatch 2. Yeah, same? Yeah. No, I definitely... Calliope, definitely somebody you want to be your friend from the looks of things. Alright, the teams are probably just taking a moment now to figure out, talk real quick, figure out which maps they want to play. Right now, with channel points, it looks like Mercy Girl is winning this prediction 820 to 750. I can understand why it might lean that way after that convincing first round, but I really look forward to what Centennial Punk Rats are going to bring in this next match. I think a player that I would like to highlight from that last match would probably be Ronan. Very strong playing the entire match. Just absolutely and all-around team player. And it seemed like they were getting those picks right when Mercy Girls really needed them. Just waiting on their decision now. Ronan kicked our ass. Well, they did certainly have a rather convincing first round. We are up to 860 versus 780. Scooby. Mm-hmm. Alright. Still just waiting on these two teams here. No doubt they are trying to debate the pros and cons of each map. True one, let's go. Yep. Now, there is of course all three maps have very distinguished chokes that can really make or break the game entirely. Eichenwald, of course, has that first initial bridge where a lot of teams choose to set up. King's Row has the sort of doorway. And Paraíso has those kind of sets of bridges that can really be strong points for the defense to hold. Looks like we will be going to Eichenwald, an interesting choice. I'm curious as to why they might have picked it, but we will get to see, I imagine, shortly. And it seems like we will be keeping things as is for who is defending and who is attacking. The winning team gets to choose. Oh. Prediction with channel points has changed drastically, with Mercy Girls having 890 versus Centennial Punk Rats having 1.7k. Oh, I say that, and now they're evening up. Oh, I had my
Traveling to Eichenwald.
choices mismatched, pardon me. It was Mercy Girls with 1.7 and Centennial Punk Rats with 1.2. Alright. Let me see. Pardon this. I am not sure why I was not seeing the kill feed, which of course is an important aspect. Oh, and we are paused. So, just going to be taking real quick. I will turn that off and on. Alright, and we are back on a pause. Undoubtedly, they are fixing their... Got 1,400 on the Overwatchers. Pray for you. It will definitely be interesting to see. We will be featuring the Overwatchers on later tonight. But for the time being, we have Mercy Girls and Centennial Punk Rats. Seems like Mercy Girls are going to be running with the Ana, Bastion, May, Rhine, Mercy. I imagine they're going to be looking to wall off this main choke and try and get picks by pocketing or damage boosting the Bastion. However, the Centennial Punk Rats are running with a Diva, Baptiste, Symmetra, Bastion, and Moira. I imagine they're going to be looking to teleport, although where to, I am not sure. Alpha Lupum starts off the match with a quick fire strike thrown, as well as we have a nade thrown. Both Bastions now, of course, shooting at each other, although Diva gets slept. Very quickly as a result, Baptiste falls. Diva is walled off along with McCree, and that leads to a quick defeat on their part, with Double Dongle fleeing. Gideon throws a Moira Orb, doing a little bit of damage here, but mostly just waiting for his team to regroup. Mercy Girls are holding some really strong defensive positions right now, with Ronan holding right next to, although they have spotted him out, right next to that walkway. They've also traded out the, I believe it was Symmetra for an Echo now, and that seems to have worked. Rein is taken out, and Mercy Girls have to back off. But Bastion is looking to even the score, and does so by picking the Moira. A nanoed Bastion is not a nice thing to see. However, Centennial Punk Rats do not mind, and in fact, take him down. Alpha Lupum now has returned, leaving Baptiste and Bastion, as well as Echo, here still on point. It's a very back and forth fight. However, in the end, it is the Mercy Girls who pull off the win here in this first initial fight. Centennial Punk Rats looking to make another fight here, likely while the team is still at half of their roster. They pick the Ana, but however, she's unfortunately able to be rezzed, and so the pick doesn't do much. Dread Squirrel finds Ronin, Mei, and does not notice Double Dongle as the ulting Bastion there. We have the Echo Reinhardt in the back, gets a shatter. Oh. Only Mei and Mercy left on the point for the moment. Will they? Yep. It appears, once they finish off this Mei, Centennial Punk Rats might be able to finish this one and cap the point. Rein, of course, is holding close, as we can see. However, they will be making a recontest. Alpha Lupum charges onto point and manages to de-mech Calliope. And, in fact, kill her. Dread Squirrel is holding on point, but a Nano Rein is not good to see for a team that has already lost their tank. Gideon uses that Coalescence, and Baptiste uses Window. However, both die quickly after using their ults. And Centennial Punk Rats are sent back to the drawing board. Mercy Girls are left to regroup and prepare for 1 or 2 more fights. We have now switched to the Pharah, as well as the Echo for Centennial Punk Rats. I think this is interesting, based on the fact that they don't have a Mercy, and the Mercy is, for Mercy Girls, is pocketing the Bastion so heavily. Often, taking down a pocketed player is much more difficult if you don't have a pocket of your own. Centennial Punk Rats are posturing around this main tower here. Oh, D.Va is slept, walled off for a moment before Mei drops the wall. 10 seconds left, and a big shatter from Alpha Lupum. However, can this bomb do anything? Unfortunately not. Calliope appears to be the only player left on point for Centennial Punk Rats, and is quickly dispatched of in face. Pardon me, Double Dongle had a brief flank there, but was unable to get anything with that barrage. Unfortunately, that will lead us to a first point hold for the Mercy Girls, with 64.6% captured on the side of Centennial Punk Rats.
Initiating match.
I am curious to see what the teams will be doing here. I believe it was Double Dongle who was on Pharah, who barraged over here in those last couple seconds of the match, but unfortunately was not able to get anything before she was finished off. Seems we're looking at a Moira, Junk, Soldier so far for the defending team. And we have Lucio, Widow, Genji, maybe a D.Va, and Kiriko for the attacking team. Change from that Widow there to the McCree. Definitely looking at some hit scan here. Double Dongle headed straight for the doors, leaving a nice little gift there for the Mercy Girls. Gideon also likely preparing to throw a damage orb before backing off. Little bit of spam fire there right out the gates from Centennial Punk Rats. But Alpha Lupum just charging in, eager to get this fight going. Oh, early pick there on Scuff means that Mercy Girls will not have the speed they need in order to push through this choke as quickly as they would like. And unfortunately, this means... Ooh, that's also a tough loss, meaning that they're gonna have to wait another whole 10 seconds in order to regroup fully and be able to push again as they would like. Good hold so far from Centennial Punk Rats. And now, having fully regrouped, Mercy Girls are going to be pushing in. Double Dongle is holding this high ground bridge here, although Scuff is very inclined to chase him off of it, and he does so. Diva diving all the way in. We've lost Baptiste from Centennial Punk Rats. Very early tire, but unfortunately it doesn't amount to anything. And just like that, the map is won by Mercy Girls. Again, a very quick and decisive victory.
Play of the game.
However, very nice echo play here from Kiwi. Let's see how this goes. We have the Rhine charge off the map, and then a quick shatter onto the Ana. Very nice play there. However, despite incredible plays like that, they just weren't able to pull it out in the end. Unfortunate. So it is now 2-0 in favor of Mercy Girls, but we will wait and see as to what map they pick next. Centennial Punk Rats pick. We are going on to Escort. Now, for their escort choices, they have a few more. They have Circuit Royale, Dorado, Route 66, and Junkertown. Something I note about these 4 maps is that all of them are very heavily sniper-based, and I'm really curious to see if anyone will be bringing out those snipers today. All of these maps tend to have very long sight lines, which can lead to some quick picks and quick ways to turn the fight, if you can hit your headshots. Is there any way to improve stream quality? Source is 720p. I don't believe I can make any adjustments now without ending stream. Gets messy in team fights. But I will definitely look into that for the next time. I will be looking into settings 100% and making sure that we are as high quality as possible and ensuring that this is a stream that everyone can watch. Looks like we are heading to Junkertown. Junkertown is definitely a map with long sight lines on each 3 of the points, and definitely a Widow can make a difference here if anyone can play her, which I will be curious to see. Both sets of DPS have been putting out incredible performances. And here we go. Can we get kill feed? I believe I had it turned on, but I have unfortunately been having a few technical difficulties because it is turned on.
Initiating match.
Ping sound effects? Nope. Yeah, because I do have kill feed on, but they're not appearing for some reason. So we will look into that to make things a little bit easier for you guys to understand what's going on in this fight. Alright, so straight off the bat, we have from the defending team, Mercy Girls, we have Ana. There's that Widow that I mentioned we might be seeing. Genji. No choice yet from the tank. Looking like we're gonna go with the Sigma though. And the Kiriko. Sigma is definitely a good tank to play in this sort of poke game. As you can see that both teams have chosen the Sigma as their tank. However, for Centennial Punkrats, we're looking at the Mercy, Moira, Soldier, Reaper, and Sigma.
5, 4,
So,
3,
we are getting straight into things.
attackers incoming.
Let's see how this goes.
The payload.
Double Dongle immediately taking this high ground positioning. Nice shot there. And now that they know there's a Widow, they're definitely going to be on the lookout for her. Kiwi getting knocked a little bit out of position there, but he's able to make it back. The Reaper is pushing the supports, but gets slept. He is purple, but with Kiwi there, he is able to rescue his Reaper. Mercy goes for a res on the Soldier and gets it off, but unfortunately gets picked mid-res. Reaper also goes down. And there goes, very quickly, the rest of the Centennial Punkrats. Can we pause? I don't have control over pause. I have no HUD. That is definitely a technical difficulty that we will have to pause for. Unfortunately, do not have pause control, but we can in fact pause for that. Gotta love the technical difficulties associated with esports sometimes. I, frankly, am just glad that we are able to play despite the technical difficulties that have been happening. First round, we go against literal pros. Wow. Well, can definitely seem like that. All good. All right. Sounds like we will be restarting momentarily here. Again, I thank you for your patience as we work through this technical difficulty. We are all good now. All right. Sounds like we are just waiting for the pause to end. All right, here we go. We've got 3 seconds, and let's get back into the action. All right, still holding with the same comp here, although might be getting the swap from Soldier. That doesn't seem to be the case. Reaper going off on the sort of left side flank here. Ooh, a nice pick there from the Widow to just finish off the Soldier. Mercy is going for the res, and it seems Moira is sticking with her. However, Ronan still manages to get that pick off, as well as Brother Wolf finishes off the Reaper. However, double dongle there, goes in, gets the Widow, but unfortunately loses to Ronan. This simply leaves Gideon, Kiwi, and Calliope to hold this high ground. Unfortunately, not enough to push quite yet, but now with the return of the DPS, we are pushing back in. Sigma and Soldier are dropping from high ground. Genji's in this left room. I'm curious to see. They are not quite able to capitalize on that, but they are able to res. Unfortunately, that does come at the cost of the Mercy. Simply Gideon and Kiwi are left. Gideon is finished off, and Kiwi shortly behind him. Alright, Reaper peeking once more, heading up for this high ground. Soldier also playing a dangerous game here. N has shown multiple times that they are very proficient, and there it is again, with Reaper being taken out. The Sigmas are battling on point, and we have a Nano Blade, something you do not want to see, of course, when you are going up against it. Only manages to get Soldier, however, and manages to clean up with a headshot onto Moira, and Ronan finishes off Sigma and Mercy. A little bit of a spat here between the Reaper and the Genji. We've switched to the ball now. This is an interesting switch, going for definitely more of kind of a dive comp. Oh, that's just unfortunate to lose Dread Squirrel that early in this fight. Smash down onto N. Very nice. Manages to pick her off, so now Double Dongle doesn't have to worry about that Widow picking his head off in any of these fights. He does have to worry about rocks, though, as Alpha is watching. Looping around behind is Kiwi, rolling through, and they are pulling that visor up top. N has sights. Oh, a quick 3 picks there. 2 for Double Dongle with that visor, and 1 for Kiwi, who smashes down on top of that Widow. Now just left on point is Alpha. Alpha does manage to kill the soldier, but he is rezzed, and they manage to finish off Alpha. Double Dongle here is picked off by this Genji. Couple of seconds left, and they are returning from spawn. And unfortunately, it is only Kiwi left on point in overtime here, and a blade is not going to make that any easier. Got to loop back around and touch, and he just barely manages to do so, filling up that overtime meter again. But nobody else will be able to touch, cutting off this first round right before point 1.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Unfortunately for Centennial Punkrat's cart does not have too far to go. However, first point holds are entirely possible on this map, and I am interested to see what they will be bringing to this in order to see who will come out victorious here. This is, of course, the last stand for the Centennial Punkrats, as if they lose this, they will officially go 0-3 for this first round and be down 1. Running a pretty similar comp, we have Ana, Widow, Genji, Winston, and Kiriko for the Mercy girls. We have Mercy, Moira, Soldier, Bastion for Centennial Punkrats. And then a Hog to finish that up. Definitely interested. Oh, never mind. Let's make that a Diva.
5,
All right.
3, 2,
Bastion is set up high ground, ready for them to push. Very quickly slept, but woken up, and Winston dives in with a very clean purple from Scuff that is already 2 taken down, Moira and Bastion. Calliope, unfortunately, does not make it out with her Diva, and it is quick pick by Double Dongle in order to ensure that Widow isn't terrorizing him anymore, but for the moment, it is just Double Dongle. Quick fight being taken over here. We have the Reaper now, but unfortunately he drops quickly as Diva is demeched and then finished off. This is going to be a close fight here. Mercy and Moira hanging on, but they are going to have to touch. And unfortunately, Ronan picks Calliope. Double Dongle manages to finish off the Widow, but does not manage to touch the point. And unfortunately, that leads to an 0-3 for Centennial Punkrats. Very strong showing for Mercy girls, and they are able very cleanly to get this win. Ronan has been an exceptional player all match, just really getting those picks when it's most needed. With or without his ult. His Genji is definitely something to be afraid of going further into this tournament. I can certainly say I wouldn't want to face him. And that is that. Probably because he's a Masters player. Alright. Gameplay will resume once we have gotten settled into the next set. Alright. Not sure who we're going to be with next. But I believe my thought is for the Houston Traffic. I'm not sure who they are facing quite yet, but we will see. All right, let us see. It looks like we will be starting next round, round 2, with Houston Traffic versus, and I am so sorry for the butchering of this name because I unfortunately do not speak Spanish, but Los Mojados. Isn't Scuff literally on the DU team? Yes! Scuff is one of our support players. One DU player is allowed to be on each team. Alright, it seems like we are going to be jumping straight into this next match. So, let's hop right back in. We're going to be on Lijiang Tower, Houston Traffic versus Los Mojados. On this team, for Houston Traffic, Kit Kate is a member of the DU Overwatch team. And for Los Mojados, Dirty is a member of the DU Overwatch team. Kit Kate plays a variety of different roles, but primarily plays tank, sometimes flexing to DPS when she gets the chance. Dirty, on the other hand, is one of our very wonderful supports. Alright, so from Houston Traffic, we've got the Symmetra, Brig, Wrecking Ball, Sojourn, and the Zenyatta. On the other side, we have Junkrat, Zen, Moira, Soldier, and Ramatra.
5, 4,
From my understanding of the
3,
current meta,
2, 1.
Houston Traffic are a little bit more of what would be considered meta. Swap from the Symmetra to the Junkrat from Kit Kate. However, I'm really excited to see how Los Mojados plays this. A little bit of posturing here. Icarus right into the middle of things on ball. Getting a few quick boops. And that is quickly Apollo and Dirty being picked off up in this top white room. Icarus spinning around, and Kit Kate gets picked off by Disperse, and Ramatra's punching. However, Wyatt the Wiz picks up 2 in the form of Moira and Soldier, with Wong Kong finishing off Disperse in order to win Houston Traffic this first point. We have a swap to the Sombra and Mei now, likely to try and stop the ball. And it seems that they are doing just that. However, Icarus goes scrambling out of there, having been hacked and sprayed by Mei's ice gun, which slows you. Kit Kate, however, picks off Apollo there with a quick nade. Wong Kong with those deadly, deadly orbs of his. Wyatt the Wiz manages to pick off Moira, and again picks off the Ramatra. We have Open, however, going for a pick on the Brig. She manages to pull it off, leaving Houston Traffic down 1. If they can pull this quickly, they might be able to take a fast fight. Brig is on her way back, but it seems like Los Mojados, oh my gosh, pardon my pronunciation, are coming back. We have an EMP dropped, but then a Tire in response. Tire doesn't get anything as it's on to Ramatra. And we have a quick nade there. However, it seems like Los Mojados is pulling this off. with a pick there. A little bit back and forth this fight. Now we've got the rally. However, Dirty finishes off Kit Kate. Now, coming up to last couple ticks here. Focusing the Brig. However, Apollo gets picked off. A Blizzard onto point might be exactly what they need in order to finish this, along with the Ramatra ult. Cilantro holding on point, but that doesn't quite do it. However, Ramatra ult is nasty. Oh, they step off for a moment. However, Disperse manages to make it back on point. Very low, and unfortunately falls. And it seems that this round will be going to the Houston Traffic, 100% to 0.
Score 1-0.
Pardon me.
Ready for battle.
Some lovely communication there between our two teams, however. Nobody here, I imagine, is particularly interested in who from my friends list is or isn't online. And so, heading to this next round, we are running Symmetra, Brig, Rhine,
4,
Reaper,
3,
and Zen
1.
for Houston Traffic.
Round 2.
And for
Capture the
our
objective.
Los Mojados, we have Dirty, Apollo. Oh my goodness, that is obvious. Reaper, Zenyatta, Brigitte, McCree, and Orisa. Very quick pick onto Dirty as Houston Traffic goes for the teleport onto point. Getting very quickly advantageous positioning and pushing forward. Managing to push around to this choke here. Setting up some sim turrets in order to kind of deter them as they push through. But we now have open on Pharah. Very curious how this will play out, as Zen is currently the only player who can contest this Pharah, besides fire strikes and turrets. Pushing in now, Orisa main, her team following a little bit behind. We've got Reaper potentially going on the flank. Unfortunately, Wyatt manages to pick off Moira. And just like that, 2 more fall under the heavy barrage of damage from Houston Traffic. Posturing up here, likely to try and hold close to this choke where most teams push through, but Open is flanked around to the right side, throwing a few quick shots in, trying to get that ult charge. We get a wall, Symmetra's ult, as Rhine charges in. Luckily, Brig is saved there. However, again, quickly Disperse and Dirty fall. Quick attempted capture by Open, however, unfortunately, without the rest of her team, she's not too powerful. Cilantro here, trying, but doesn't get a whole lot and backs off so they can regroup with their team. Oh, we have a sneaky TP. Managed to get 2 here, the Pharah and the Junkrat. Brig falls. And Wyatt hits Q, allowing for them to just clean up the rest of the team. And just like that, very quickly, we are at a 2-0 for Houston Traffic.
Play of the game.
We've got a break play here, a little bit more uncommon. You tend to see more of the DPS plays. Let's see. Ah, it is the environmental kill onto Cilantro that ultimately results in the play of the game. It is now... Can we put Mercy Girls on mainstream? Unfortunately, we just had Mercy Girls in the last round, and so we will be featuring other teams for the time being. However, I do know that a number of the individual players are also streaming their own points of view. We are hanging out here, waiting for Los Mojados to pick their next map. We will be going to Hybrid. Or is it? I believe it is Hybrid. I believe Escort. No, it is Escort next. Pardon me. Or is it? I am not sure at the moment. I believe it is Hybrid next. So, our three choices for Hybrid are Eichenwald, Kings Row, and Paraíso. All three maps have their own strengths and weaknesses, but ultimately each of them definitely unique in their own way. Just waiting on their decision. And it looks like we are going to Kings Row. I expected to see quite a bit of Kings Row tonight, as I know many people very much enjoy the map, myself included. And it seems we have had a swap from Dark Sun, swapping out for Agothorin. We will be curious to see how this affects Houston Traffic's play style. But we are getting right on into things.
Now entering King's Row.
We are on Kings Row. Ooh, lovely view of a staircase here to start us off, showing us the attacker's spawn, which is of course this very large church. Leads on over to point A here. I will be very curious to see if there are any snipers right out the gate, as up here in this top window is a very common place for snipers to go for an early pick in order to swing things more in their favor. Seems like we might be getting just that from Open. Currently, for Houston Traffic, we are running with Sojourn, Ana, Rhine, May, and Zenyatta. And for Los Mojados, Dirty is on Ana, Apollo on Zen, Cilantro on May, Open on Widow, and Disperse on Ramatra. Interesting comp here. I'm definitely curious to see how the Ramatra fares against the Rhine, as this is definitely a Rhine favorite map. Open is making the quick switch to the Ash. We have a sneaky little tactic here from the Rhine and the May, looking to wall off, and oh, just barely don't quite catch Disperse, and allowing for him to escape. Cilantro walls that choke off, likely for them to pass through, but they don't quite move through it. And this time, the wall is much better. It captures Disperse and Cilantro. However, just based on the raw damage, they were able to finish off Icarus. Look at all those assists there. Whole team effort in order to finish off Icarus. May is on point, however, but gets quickly overwhelmed as the support and Kit-Kate back off. Icarus is, of course, returning from spawn, but a quick wall ensures that they won't be getting back quite yet. Open manages to pick off Kit-Kate with a nice little headshot. Cilantro is slept, and Icarus is left swinging. Disperse is nanoed. Not something you'll enjoy to see, however. Disperse manages to pick the Zenyatta, and again, with the effort of the whole team, they manage to finish off the Rhine. Kit-Kate has now switched to the Genji. I know a personal favorite of hers, and I will be curious to see how this plays out. Things to be keeping an eye out for. We have the Nano and Shatter for Houston Traffic. They managed to wall off the Ramatra, but Bob manages to pick Wyatt. Unfortunate pick there. Bob, however, is escorted nicely away. Icarus is slept, and a Shatter manages to take down 2. However, get to see a fun little mix here of 2 different Transcendences and the Ramatra ult. For the most part here, it seems like Los Mojados has had Houston Traffic on the back foot. Doesn't seem like they've had a really strong fight this whole second point. And as a result, they are coming up on this last corner here. Definitely a different team. They managed to protect the Rhine with a quick little wall, and the Blizzard comes down on point, freezing Dirty and allowing Houston Traffic to just clean up quickly with a nice team kill. Honestly, a perfect ult from Wyatt to just really protect that point there and make sure that they could hold it. But now, on the other side, we have a Mei ult of their own, as well as we have a Nano Blade for Houston Traffic. Quick wall here. Curious to see how Cilantro chooses to use this ult, but oh! We have Kit Kate in a sneaky little position here, just waiting. Let's wait and see. Here it comes, the Genji. 1, 2. Can she get a third? Not quite, but she might not. Open, however, is looking to even the playing field despite the blade and is on the point, attempting to capture, but Kit Kate's not about to let that happen. Teams are now left to regroup. Disperse here. And there is that Mei ult. Thrown a ways down, just manages to catch Zen, and unfortunately, the deflect in front of Zen wasn't quite enough. However, Kit Kate and Icarus eager to even this up and make up for the loss of their Zen. Kit Kate finishing off 3 there. Ooh, and a nice icicle headshot from Wyatt, ensuring that Los Mojados is going to have to take their time on this regroup. Just some trading back and forth of the icicles here. Ooh. A quick fire strike from Icarus ensures that this regroup's going to take even longer, with Cilantro being sent back to spawn. Quick dynamite in, doesn't quite catch anybody. Houston Traffic backing towards this corner to play a little bit more defensively. And now with the double ult, triple ult, we have the Mei Blizzard, both Transcendences, and even more ults. We get the Genji Blade with Bob. Both teams trying and not quite evening the playing field. However, Wyatt getting these next picks, and Los Mojados being left without a tank unfortunately leaves them in a much more vulnerable position. Dirty barely manages to sneak out, but Kit K isn't so lucky, getting picked off by Open. Icarus trying to go for something a little bit cheeky here, but they know exactly where they are, and as a result, no sneak shatters for you. Fight here. 2 tanks. Oh, a big shatter onto 3 players and a nano to top it off. I don't know if that nano was needed. They were already down 2. However, there are only 30 seconds left, and Icarus is chasing Apollo all the way back to ensure he gets that pick off. One last fight here for Los Mojados. They have Coalescence, and Houston doesn't have anything. They are going to have to push to get to point. Dirty manages to does so, popping that Coalescence early to ensure that they have an advantage. We have that Blizzard. Blizzard was left behind in this choke, and so now we are left with only Dirty and Disperse on point. They're holding, pushing as far as they can, but unfortunately, Moira is picked off, and that simply leaves Disperse on his own against the rest of the Houston Traffic. And with that, round 1 is over. Los Mojados being stopped just before
0
that second point.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens now, because that Los Mojados definitely was warming up in that first round. They looked a lot stronger and a lot more competitive here on King's Row. I am curious to see what Houston Traffic will bring to bear against them, having seen some new life.
Ready for battle.
For Houston, it looks like we are having Kit Kate on the Reaper, Agathorn on the Kiriko, Icarus on Reinhardt, Wyatt on the Mei, and Wong Kong on the Lucio. On the other side, we have Dirty on the Mercy. I know that's a specialty of hers. Apollo on the Zen, Cilantro on the Junkrat, Open on Bastion, and Disperse on Sigma. I imagine they're going for something more of a long-range poke comp here. I will be interested to see how that fares against the very much brawl of Houston Traffic.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend.
Nobody hanging out up top. However, Houston Traffic moving as a tight unit. They come rushing through this choke, pushing onto the Sigma. However, they manage to pick off the Zen. Maybe not their original target, however, still a good pick. Mercy is also very quickly picked off, as well as the Zen. Cilantro manages to get Kit Kate, but Open is left above, just by himself, and unfortunately, grenades themselves as well. Los Mojados don't seem to know
Objective A captured.
about the sneaky... Oh! Doesn't quite get anybody with the pick, but definitely manages to get into the middle of the team, with Kit Kate getting a pick on Cilantro. Houston Traffic has basically left the cart behind, pushing all the way up to second and taking some picks with them. Just like that, they managed to wipe the team. And of course, we have the lonely little Mei, Wyatt the Wiz, sitting back on point, ensuring that they are still moving. Cilantro manages to get a early pick on Kit Kate, perhaps dissuading them for this so forward hold, at least a little bit. Teams are regrouping now, with Houston Traffic about halfway through this point and still moving. Open's got this really good high ground here. The wall doesn't do a whole lot, but we have the Kiriko rush, and immediately Cilantro falls to that pin. Wyatt manages to spray down the Moira and is chasing after the Ana. Open gets finished off quickly, and they are coming up on the final point in a very, very fast King's Row. Very strong map there from Houston Traffic. I would not be surprised if they had practiced their King's Row. Some nice picks here from Open in order to hold the point there, right where it ended. The escort map will be the pick of Los Mojados again, as unfortunately they were not able to pull out a win there. So, I'll be curious which map they go to. All of 4 of the escort maps available within the map pool are very sniper heavy maps. So I'll be interested to see if Los Mojados can pull out a little bit more success here. Definitely seems like Open is a very strong sniper and I will be interested in finding out if they can really hold their own on a map where it could be life or death for Los Mojados in this round. As unfortunately, they are 0-2 against Houston Traffic. Now, I'm not sure how Los Mojados' first game went. However, it seems that Houston Traffic is having a very strong night. And we are on Junkertown. Let us see what is going to be happening here. So, as I said, I am expecting at least a couple snipers on this map. I will be very interested to see who. Although it looks like we are having a swap with Kit Kate going to the tank. That is primarily her role when she plays on the team. And I am excited for her to be able to show off her... I was wrong. The pre-match was messing with me a little bit. And it will be Kit Kate on the Widow, Agathorn on the Ana, Icarus on the Ramatra, Wyatt on Soldier, maybe, and Wong Kong on the Zen. So far, not quite everybody, and there we are. So far, for Los Mojados, we have Dirty on Junkrat, Apollo on Zen, Cilantro on Bastion, Open, switching to Tank, and taking Wrecking Ball with Disperse on Moira. A little bit surprised with Open being on Tank, as I expected to see more of a sniper from them. But they are going straight in with the ball, hunting that Widow down, and immediately picking her off. That's a great early pick for Los Mojados. However, Open being slept and purpled off to the side isn't the best. Although it seems like they are being healed up quickly. Dirty is picked off by Wyatt the Wiz, with Open immediately trading that back. Kit Kate has swapped to Sombra and picks off Cilantro, but not before Cilantro manages to pick off Wong Kong on Zen. Dirty has returned, with Disperse and Open backing off. Open swapping to the Monkey. Kit Kate lurking around the back. Manages to hack Cilantro, and manages to pick her off with Icarus. Open diving in, but doesn't manage to get a whole lot as Wong Kong manages to pick Dirty, and Caitlyn manages to pick Apollo. Cilantro returning from spawn now, bringing in some of that Bastion fire. Unfortunately, it's not enough as Wyatt picks them. And that is Open, hacked by Kit Kate here, who is immediately pursued, but Kit Kate has the translocator and is able to get out. Having a bit of poke here before Open dives in, poking with this Ramatra before getting hacked. Quick pick from Dirty onto Icarus, but Kit Kate manages to pick Open. However, Wyatt and Kit Kate cleaning up this fight with Wong Kong getting one quick kill in there. Houston Traffic, hold. Kit Kate here, hanging out by this Mega. A little bit of poking here. Open dives in straight onto Icarus, and that is a tire, but Wyatt perfectly manages to negate that ultimate by shooting it. However, Wyatt is finished off. Caitlyn goes after Zenyatta, and a quick EMP catches 3, resulting in Dirty being finished off. Open decides to pop his ult, and Icarus is nanoed as well as ulting. Unfortunately, this is a fight end for Los Mojados, with Houston Traffic pulling out the picks there. However, a little bit of an ult advantage for Los Mojados, having both Bastion and Zen ult, whereas Houston only has the Zen ult. I will be curious to see how Cilantro decides to use his ultimate. And here we go. Quick couple bombs, but they do not manage to catch the Ana. Nothing quite comes from that ultimate. Cilantro spy checking for the Sombra. They manage to find her, and Dirty picks her. Dirty is chasing after Wyatt, a bold move, seeing how proficient Wyatt has been on this soldier. However, with the might of the team, she is able, along with Disperse, to finish them off. Icarus coming in for a quick contest here. And there is that Zenyatta ult. Dirty is purple and hacked, having to back off. A big EMP, however, might just spell trouble. And in fact, it does. Houston finishing off just like that. Managing to hold at .1. Very strong hold here from Houston Traffic. With the Sombra pick being very clutch. EMP there at the end, likely saving them from a first point cap. I'm curious to see what the defenders will have up their sleeve for this point. As I said before, with the Mercy Girls and Centennial Punk Rats, this point is absolutely holdable at first. It's just very, very tough. On the defense, it looks like we have Dirty on the Mei, Apollo on Zen, Cilantro on Symmetra, Open on Sigma, and Disperse with the Kiriko. And on the other side, Kit Kate with the Widow, Agathorn on the Ana, Winston for Icarus, Genji for Wyatt the Wiz, and Zen once more for Wong Kong. Starting to get the feeling that Wong Kong is particularly proficient with the Zenyatta. Now, let's see how this goes. Kit Kate is, of course, going to be looking for an early headshot here, but doesn't quite get it. That Sigma shield doing exactly what it needs to protect his team. Icarus and Dirty fighting a little bit. Dirty has to ice block early. Manages to wall a nice mid-air rock. Catches Icarus out, stalling his dive, but he ultimately pushes back in onto Open. Wyatt and Wong Kong getting early picks onto Dirty and Cilantro. And another one for Wyatt on Apollo. Open does manage to finish off Wyatt. However, Icarus is there to clean that kill up. Icarus is taking an aggressive hold here, being walled off in a potentially dangerous position here. And in fact, they fall. However, the point is getting very close. We've got the ball swap for Open. Wong Kong manages to pick off Kiriko, but Apollo finishes off Wong Kong. Dirty finishes the Ana. And unfortunately now for Houston, they just don't quite have the manpower to see it through. We have Icarus, Kit Kate, and Wyatt on this far right positioning. Icarus moving to the left side. They are dueling with the ball. Genji, Wyatt finished off by the Mei. Not a fun 1v1 you want to take there, but Kit Kate diving with Icarus onto Cilantro. And just like that, 2 are down with the monkey on Zenyatta. Quickly, things are falling apart for Los Mojados, with only Open being left on the ball. They managed to get a pick onto the Zenyatta, but it is just not enough.
Victory.
And just like that, Houston Traffic go 3-0.
Play of the game.
And this is the clutch EMP, yep, right at the end, that just barely managed to seal their fate for that hold on point 1 for the Houston Traffic. Very clean EMP, very well done. After this map, we pull up Mercy Girls' stream. As I have said, Mercy Girls were featured in the first round, and so as a result, I am looking to feature some of the other teams. However, if they end up against Mercy Girls, then hey, a lucky coincidence. All right. I believe momentarily we will be hopping in with Overwatch. Hopping in here. Not quite sure who. I will check here who their next opponents are gonna be for round 3. They should be against the Overwatchers, but we are gonna wait and see. We are just hanging out for a moment. While the next round gets set up. It seems we will be seeing Overwatch versus Centennial Punk Rats. We are not on a technical pause. We are on a brief break while the teams are situated. Had an interesting night of Overwatch here, but I'm hoping a little bit here with Overwatch and Centennial Punk Rats that we can get a little bit more of some back and forth, so we're not getting so many 3-0s. But We will have to wait and see. We have, of course, seen Centennial Punk Rats earlier in the night. However, we are going to be seeing them again momentarily. All of the teams will, of course, be featured at least once on stream because they deserve to be. Each team is filled with wonderful people, and obviously you want to see your friends playing Overwatch. Quick thank you to everybody who has followed us tonight. Much appreciation for this. We are just waiting right now on Centennial Punk Rats. Of course, dealing with some quick technicals. Things have been a little bit hectic. Just getting some things figured out with the start.gg. Love to give a big ol' shout out to my the man who is doing a lot of the technical stuff, Oliver, also known as Yelk. Just absolutely doing the best for getting everything here figured out, as complicated as things have been. So, big shout out to Oliver. And of course, a big shout out to Charles Lowell for sponsoring this tournament for DU. I know I, for one, was very excited when I heard about hosting a tournament. Of course, if you are interested in further DU Overwatch, feel free to check out our weekly games, which happen again in the NACE Collegiate League. It is myself, as well as my team, the official team, consisting of many of the players you will be seeing in these games tonight, I am the captain, and we just play in the collegiate league. Not too much to that. And of course, if you are a current DU student and are all interested, feel free to contact me. You can do !Discord in order to join our Discord. And if you would want to reach out to me, I am Tiny Infinity in the Discord. We are accepting players of all skill levels. So, no matter what, we are happy to have you. And we will work with you in coaching as well as team practices in order to truly have you grow into a much stronger player. We are also getting some fun new opportunities recently that I'm not going to mention too much, but just know it's some real good stuff for the competitive teams. So, if you're interested in DU esports, we have a wide variety of games to play and enjoy. Next game is when. Unfortunately, I am not sure. I am just doing the whole stream aspect of this. We are currently getting some things worked out. Unfortunately, as I stated, we are having some technical difficulties with the start.gg tournament page and are working and doing our best in order to get those cleared up. We appreciate everybody's patience while we get these issues sorted. So far, if you are joining more recently, we have featured Mercy Girls versus Centennial Punk Rats earlier in our stream, and then Houston Traffic versus, and pardon my butchering of this pronunciation, Los Mojados. Again, please pardon that. I do not speak Spanish in any way, shape, or form, nor do I claim to. So that was Houston Traffic versus Los Mojados, with Mercy Girls taking a 3-0 over Centennial Punk Rats, and Los Mojados taking an 0-3 to Houston Traffic. Definitely looking forward to these future games, and like I said, I'm really hoping that with Overwatch versus Centennial Punk Rats, we can get some really interesting play, and hopefully something a little bit more than a couple of first point, 2 O's, 100% to 0, and all of that. Looking forward to some really good Overwatch here. But we are just hanging out for the moment. All right. Looks like we will likely be going pretty soon here. And do not worry if your team has not been featured yet on stream. We will be doing so tomorrow. Don't worry. All your favorite teams, you will get to see them on stream tomorrow, with each team being featured at least once. And then, of course, next week, we will be having the finals, the seeded finals based on this week's matches. So, if you can't quite see your favorite team this week, you can see them next week. We are waiting for some confirmation here. Looks like, though, so far, all of the scores have been very, very one-sided. Houston Traffic versus Booba was a 3-0, with the winners being Houston Traffic. Centennial Punk Rats versus Mercy Girls was a 3-0 for the Mercy Girls. Houston Traffic versus Los Mojados was a 3-0 to Houston Traffic. Overwando versus Booba was, you guessed it, 3-0, with Overwando winning that one. Centennial Punk Rats versus GFI was 3-0 GFI. Hopefully, looking for some exciting matches coming up here. To repeat, we are going to be watching the game of Overwando versus Centennial Punk Rats. Starting to get people into the lobby now, so we will be getting going hopefully soon. Again, thank you so much for your patience. We've just unfortunately been having some technical difficulties with the start.gg page, and as a result, some technical difficulties with the tournament. All right. As our good friend Oliver is saying, Lowell will in fact be here tomorrow helping me cast. I believe we will be having up to 3 casters. So, as a result, you may or may not hear from me. Who knows? We might be having all 3, or we might just be having 1 or 2. We'll figure that out when the time comes. Because we don't want too many people talking over each other. Because then that gets frustrating for everyone, and no one can quite understand. So, we have Centennial Punk Rats is in the lobby now, so we are going to be getting started, I believe, pretty soon here. Pardon me, just readjusting real quick. I am ready for some good Overwatch. All the games tonight have been played by a variety of wonderful teams, with the majority of them, of course, having current players from the DU Overwatch team. Specifically for Overwando, we have Crimson, who is a current player on the DU Overwatch team. Crimson is one of our DPS players, a very big Genji specialist. Although he's been working to branch out into a variety of other projectile DPS and doing a wonderful job of it. Again, on Centennial Punk Rats, we have my former teammate, Kiwi. Kiwi, as I stated, was generally an all-arounder, but ultimately ended up playing quite a bit of tank for us. However, tonight alone, we have already seen both DPS, tank, and I believe support. From Kiwi. So, I will be very curious to see what they have to bring in this next match against Overwando. Alright, we are just waiting for the map pick, as we will of course be going to a control map first. Control is of course one moment. Just confirming, as currently they are on King's Row, and so I'm confirming that we start on Control from my understanding. Having a bit of a discussion in chat here, but we will get going momentarily. Alright, it looks like we will be starting on Oasis, one that we haven't seen quite yet tonight. Alright, we will be getting going momentarily, just waiting for confirmation that Centennial Punk Rats are ready. And then we will be getting straight into this. Oasis is another map that has very varying points. However, control of high ground is especially important on these maps. So, redeemed hydrate. Thank you, Caitlin, for the bits that you have spent. I will be hydrating. I have plenty of water with me. I have just taken a very big gulp. Thank you very much. Alright, we'll be curious to see who you all predict will win this series. But we're getting straight into this, so you won't have to wonder who's gonna win this first map for too long. They've, of course, with Overwatch 2, updated a variety of the times for the different maps, resulting in very different looks for some of the classic maps. I know, when I first saw the updated Oasis, I was very surprised by how bright they had made everything. First here, we are going to be on... I couldn't tell you the name of this one, however, the point with the overhang. A lot of teams are going to look to take this high ground early on in order to hold this well.
4, 3, 2.
For Overwanda, we have Kitrin on the Moira, Crimson on the Junkrat, Wolf of Death on the Sojourn, Luffy on the Ramatra, and Aki on the Lucio. For Centennial Punk Rats, we are seeing Calliope on the Diva, Dread Squirrel on the Baptiste, Gideon on the Moira, Kiwi on the McCree, and Double Dongle on the Soldier. Posturing in this little hallway here, already used the Immortality Field, but Kiwi gets an early pick onto Aki, giving that advantage to the Centennial Punk Rats. Gideon also manages to get that pick with an orb onto Wolf of Death, but Crimson DMX Calliope. That doesn't stop Kiwi from finishing off Kitrin, nor Luffy from getting two with Dread Squirrel and Gideon. However, Kiwi really coming alive here in order to claim this point with his DMX, Diva, and Soldier, and taking the first capture of Oasis. Now, as I was mentioning, they are holding this high ground. It's interesting that Calliope has chosen to remain in Baby Diva, and there's why. She has her mech right back. Crimson diving straight in, but gets unfortunately picked by a double dongle. And as a result, now Overwando has to play a little bit safer in this corridor, being down one. Luffy charges in. They finish off that immortality field, but have yet to get anything else from this exchange. Sneaky little sneaky little flank here from Double Dongle, and a tire from Crimson that gets 2. Make that 2 and a Diva mech, which Kitrin follows up on. Quick little chase onto Kiwi here, but at 55%, Overwando flips the point. However, Kiwi's not letting him go without a fight, as Wolf of Death gets picked off. Dongle comes back with a quick visor, manages to pick off Aki. Seems they aren't even gonna let Overwando have an inch. 20% and growing, as the members of Overwando are returning. Centennial Punkrats, Baptiste getting low there, but the immortality field saves him for a second. Crimson, however, managing to finish him off. Luffy, with a pick on the Moira, means that they have no more supports. Crimson picks off Calliope, denying that remake. And still, Overwando holds strong, utilizing those respawns that they had coming in late. Crimson holding this high ground position here and demonstrating perfectly why it's such a key point to hold. We have Double Dongle going on a wide flank here, but the fight has just begun. Luffy picking this up early, but gets picked off, going maybe a little bit too aggressive without the rest of their team. Now, Crimson with a tire to try and turn things around. Wolf of Death very low, and as a result, Aki gets picked. However, Wolf of Death turns it around by getting the pick onto Kiwi. A quick little fight here between Double Dongle and Wolf, with Gidden lurking up top, perhaps waiting for that last little bit of damage. However, they have revealed their position, and being in a small corner with a Junkrat is never a good idea. Dread Squirrel manages to just sneak onto the point, and with this visor from Double Dongle, it's a good attempt. The immortality field will help, however, they have to be staying on this point now that we are in overtime. A quick window from Dread Squirrel, however, it doesn't do as much as they would have liked. Kitrin has a Coalescence, which is immediately matched by Gidden. However, it is not enough to keep Calliope or Double Dongle alive, and just like that, first round goes to Overwando.
Score 1-0. Ready.
A little bit of back and forth here. Definitely seeing some more of Centennial Punkrat's strengths. In that round, Kiwi absolutely a menace on that McCree.
5, 4, 3.
For the most part,
1.
seems like teams
Round 2.
are keeping the same compositions. Wolf swapping to the Symmetra, likely for a quick TP. Oh, and they are keeping it. Overwando manages to take high ground first, but Dread Squirrel is not going to let them hold that. Fight is happening back here by the jump pad. Crimson, however, picking off Double Dongle to quick turn the fight in their favor. Luffy follows it up with a pick on Kiwi, and they finish off the entirety of Centennial Punkrats very quickly. very strong start here for the side of Overwando. But we now have the Pharah swap from Kiwi, recognizing that there aren't really too many hit scan on Overwando to be picking him off as primarily the Baptiste, who is really the only true hit scan. A little bit of posturing. Double Dongle really likes these wide flanks, but with Pharah now to see, can she get these picks? Getting close there with Wolf, but just can't quite finish her off with the Moira. Pushing on to Crimson, but again, just can't quite get these picks. And Luffy pops their ult, finishing off Red Squirrel with Crimson killing Gin. They are down both supports, and as a result, it is much more dangerous for Centennial Punk Rats right now. Double Dongles made their way back, and Kiwi manages to get a pick on the Ramatra, which is a strong pick. However, a turret manages to finish off Kiwi as they no longer had supports. Gin and Dread Squirrel have returned now, but that's a tire, which Double Dongle finishes. But Wolf of Death is again so quick to kill those supports. And Luffy just finishes off Double Dongle. Wolf with one more on Calliope. Just absolutely dominant this round with that Symmetra, even despite the Pharah. They've got one last chance here if they touch, but they don't quite manage to touch. And Overwando takes this first map. Tough fight from Centennial Punk Rats, but they just couldn't quite pull it out. Very, very close here. They looked very competitive on this first map, but in the second, they just couldn't quite make those right picks. So now, it will be Centennial Punk Rat's pick for our second map here. Curious to see what they pick, whether we will be going back to Eichenwald or King's Row, or if we are going to get to see our third option, Paraíso. Paraíso is, of course, one of the new maps added with Overwatch 2. Eichenwald and King's Row, of course, just being absolute classics from the original Overwatch. The teams are no doubt discussing which map is better for them, understandably so. Centennial Punk Rats, of course, gets the map pick, and Overwando has the stream Overwatchers, they gamers, we gamers. Don't worry, Egg Sandwich. We will be streaming Overwatchers. All teams will be featured on the main stream. For the moment, we are featuring Overwando and Centennial Punk Rats. And don't worry if you don't see them tonight, because we will be having more games tomorrow. They will be happening at 1 p.m. I've had one update. Pardon me. All this talking is a little bit draining, so I've got to be drinking my water. But we have an update. Mercy Girls, in their second game, beat Overwando 3-2-1. So, I will be curious to see how this next match goes. It appears we might be going to Blizzard World, which was not a part of the map pool, but I suppose we are going.
Initiating match.
Interesting choice here. Not sure if both teams are aware of the map pool, but nonetheless, we will be getting right into this.
Ready for battle.
For Overwando, we have Kitrin, Crimson. Again, I repeat the names. This is... Pardon me. We have Kitrin on Kiriko, Crimson on Junkrat, Wolf of Death on Sojourn, Luffy on Sigma, and Aki on Ana. For Centennial Punkrats, Calliope is on Diva, Dread Squirrel on Baptiste, Gideon on Moira, Double Dongle on Soldier, and Kiwi has yet to pick.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Kiwi is going with the Sojourn.
Defend objective A.
Alright. This main high ground here can definitely be a strong place to hold. However, attackers do have a very close route to get up here, though it seems that Centennial Punkrats are not taking this and instead are holding around this right side. Calliope and Kiwi pushing forward, potentially moving to point. Kiwi is now moved on to point with Calliope. However, Calliope is quickly demech'd and Kiwi picked off. Calliope falls soon after, leaving Bap, Soldier, and Moira to just be gradually cleaned up. Gideon falls to Kitrin as Dread Squirrel tries to get out here, but is currently being hunted down by the majority of the team. Calliope has now moved up. Double Dongle getting picked off by Crimson. Not the pick I expected to see, but still not good for Centennial Punkrats nonetheless. Unfortunately, Dread Squirrel falls to a pick from Kiriko, forcing them to back up even more, and a DMAC on Calliope just makes things worse. Gideon may be going on an interesting flank here. Let's see what... Ah, not quite. Instead, just taking a look at the Mega. Here on Aki's point of view, doing one of the most important jobs of healing and taking care of their team. Now the team is maybe pushing. Kiwi throws in the Sojourn Slow Orb as they start to move their way right around. A little bit of a skirmish here as Kiwi goes up for the high ground control. Loses it, but so does Crimson, meaning neither team currently has high ground until they take it back. Kiwi uses that Sojourn ult so deadly, however, has yet to get anything. Does manage to pick off the tire, but Wolf has picked off the Bap, and now Kiwi falls to those deadly junk mines. A little bit of spam down this main choke here, and oh, that is rough. Double Dongle getting picked there. They have to reset, and Calliope demech'd once again. Kiwi is now here on the Widow. Let us get a quick view of her point of view.
60 seconds.
Looking for these deadly headshots. Not quite able to find anything just yet. Mainly taking what they can get. being sprayed down. However, their diva is still not mech, meaning they can't take an aggressive push here and are forced to kind of hang around in this choke. Waiting on a little bit of healing from the Baptiste. 30 seconds left in this first round. This is a hard choke for attackers to be able to push through. Calliope finally back in mech, so now they can start making a real good push. We have a bunch of ults coming out now. They need to be using all of them. Wolf manages to pick. They have to be on point, but Centennial Punkrats, despite the many traded eliminations, cannot quite make it to the point in time, unfortunately resulting in a full hold. Very strong defense there for Overwando. Just holding that choke. And even when they would lose players, pardon me, even when they would lose players, they still managed to hold on. Very, very strong hold here from Overwando. Crimson just getting many, many picks and showing his absolute competency on the Junkrat. Looks like he is going to be sticking with the Junkrat, but now we have Wolf of Death on Reaper instead of the Sojourn. Luffy on the Reinhardt. Ryan is an interesting pick here, but I think ultimately a strong one, as he can be used to get through some of these more unfortunate chokes, and can be helpful for shielding the rest of your team through. Aki on the Lucio, and Kitrin is on Moira. Definitely a rush kind of brawl comp. Calliope is back on the Diva, Dread Squirrel on the Baptiste, getting on the Moira. Kiwi with that Symmetra. Definitely dangerous. They've gone for the far right side and are just surging through here. Double Dongo is still on the Soldier, but already Overwando has made it to the point. Some trading of the picks here. Kitrin going down, so is Dread Squirrel, Wolf of Death, and Centennial Punkrats with a clean fight, managing to hold this first point, despite a very quick push by Overwando. I'm impressed that they were able to hold that there. That was a tough fight. Again, Overwando going for this right side push. Speeding up through main. They're looking to definitely take these fights on point. Calliope down early. That is rough. Dread Squirrel quick to fall behind. But Kiwi coming in. Oh, almost there. If they step off. And there it is. Unfortunate. Centennial Punkrats loses that to Overwando by just stepping off for a second. Kiwi, however, demonstrating his skill with Symmetra. Truly a talented player. Very clean tracking here. And just like that, we are back, waiting on one more escort game. All right. I am curious to see. It looks like we are going with Circuit Royale. Definitely an interesting map. Lots of long sight lines, and especially the second point can be very, very difficult for attackers to take. Their spawn is placed farther back, and defense has a lot of really clean places at which they can hold. We are heading right into this one. Let's see how this goes. And as I was saying, right here, this slope is the big problem for this map. Point 2. All the way over to here. And defender's spawn is right in there. This whole second point, the way it loops back on itself, makes it incredibly difficult for attackers to really get their foot in the door. Especially since snipers can hang out in this spot exactly and just take pot shots down on their spawn. Luffy here. We're seeing some Sigma. We've got Mercy for Kitrin. Ana for Aki. We've got Crimson on Ash. And Sojourn for Wolf of Death. I'm excited to see Crimson on Ash, as Crimson is definitely more of a projectile DPS specializer. However, I don't doubt his abilities.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Calliope is on the Diva once again. Dread Squirrel now is on DPS, a switch up. Gidden forever holding on to this Moira. Kiwi is on Baptiste and double dongle on Hanzo. Got a strong hold up here. We are pocketing Crimson in this fight. The Hanzo, however, does allow for that one-hit pick potential. Looks like they are pushing up to the high ground, and there it is. Crimson down, immediately traded for Wolf of Death. However, due to the Mercy, they are able to res Crimson. Calliope is demacked after being purpled, and Centennial Punkrats have to back off a little bit for the moment. However, Overwando is quick to take advantage of this. Kiwi does pick off Crimson once again, and I believe they will not have res for another few seconds. And so, slight advantage here for the attackers. Crimson does have a long walk back from spawn. And as a result, for a short time now, only a few more seconds, Punkrats will have the advantage. They push up a little bit once again, going for this kind of high ground confrontation. Kiwi pushing up. However, they have used the Immortality Field early, which is a major investment. Window, however, is a very strong ultimate, as seen by the 2 picks that immediately resulted. And because of where that window is placed, it is not safe for Mercy to res either of them. Calliope is demacked, but Centennial Punkrats have taken a very strong position on this high ground, and as a result, Overwando is backing up. A Dragon's here through the building, catches Wolf of Death. However, they are able to res them, so that advantage is quickly lost. Luffy fires off with a rock, but doesn't quite get anything before immediately following that up with their ult. Unfortunately, Dread Squirrel was a little bit too far forward to make use of that Immortality Field. Overwando still holding here. Punkrats sort of holding their position, but not pushing too aggressively, just looking to hold the ground that they have taken thus far. Rock from Luffy hits Calliope. No ults used quite yet, but oh! Crimson is taken down. Kitrin can go for the res, but seeing as Hanzo is still around, that is dangerous. Luffy tries to stop the Coalescence, however, misses the rock. Kitrin going for the res with her Guardian Angel. Dread Squirrel manages to pick off, and with that res, Luffy may be turning the tides of this fight. Kiwi is not about to let it go that easily though, is firing away. However, it seems the rest of Overwando has located him and are eager for the pick, which they eventually get. Now, down their Baptiste, they only have Moira. A bomb is beneficial here, however... Oh, it picks off Luffy. An unexpected pick there. Bob in the back, doing damage. However, Centennial Punk Rats have to be on point now. And they just barely aren't. Had they been on, there's a very strong possibility that they could have pushed that to point 1. But unfortunately for them, they just stepped a little too far off.
Initiating match.
Since the update of Overwatch 2, the distance that you have to be from the payload has been lessened. So, you have to be closer to the payload for it to move. And as a result, C9ing is a lot easier.
Ready for battle.
That right there on the ground is our golden box. And that is all it is going to take for Overwando to take this round 3-0. It will be interesting to see how they hold this. Looks like they might be going for a close hold. Calliope giving a quick greeting to Luffy, who is on the Reinhardt. We have Double Dongle on the jump. A little bit of a different look for him. Dread Squirrel on the soldier. But they don't quite step in his trap. Crimson on his signature hero, the Genji. And already, Overwando is taking space. Space that Centennial Punk Rats can ill afford to give. Crimson diving in, but doesn't manage to get the pick, and in fact, Dread Squirrel finishes off Luffy. And follows it up with a pick onto Wolf of Death. Calliope is demeched. A bad sign. However, for the moment, the team is safe. Now, Overwando is pushing back in. Crimson going for a deflect there, and Calliope gets picked. Double Dongo getting picked by a counter Junkrat. Unfortunately now, it is Dread Squirrel and Giddon trapped in a corner, and unfortunately, not likely that they're going to live too long. Point is continuing to move forward, and those were two staggers that Centennial Punk Rats could not afford. Nano Rhine is not a sight you want to see when you are desperately trying to hold that last point. And unfortunately, they are just quite not able to. And with that, Overwando goes 3-0.
Play of the game.
Very strong performance here from the players of Overwando. Ultimately, just clean and incredible play. They held that high ground incredibly well, ultimately leading them to that final 3-0 victory. And so, with that, that might be our last game for tonight. I am going to have to wait and see. For those of you watching, the teams we have yet to feature are the Overwatchers and GFI. Both teams which we will be featuring tomorrow. will be interesting to see how these games run. I believe GFI might be in a game right about now, but I will have to see. Just checking in to find out. Once again, thank you everybody for your patience with tonight's games. We will probably be having more games, so we're just going to be hanging out here for a quick minute. As I said before, we have yet to feature the Overwatchers or GFI on our stream. So if you are looking for either of those teams, do not worry. We will still be featuring them. We have, however, featured Mercy Girls, Centennial Punk Rats, Los Mojados, Houston, and Overwatch. So if you are looking for any of them, feel free to watch stream back, and you will see some great matches from all of those teams. I believe we might be seeing Overwatch again against the, I believe, Overwatchers. I believe we will be watching Overwatchers next. So for the moment, we are just hanging out, waiting for some games to happen, waiting for some games to wrap up. Just a reminder, that was Overwatch taking a 3-0 victory over the Centennial Punk Rats. All right. Just waiting for them to get situated. I am being invited to the game. We are currently waiting on the Overwatchers. Some very strong performances last time from the whole team of Overwatch, pardon me. And so I am excited to see what they have to bring against the Overwatchers. We have yet to see the Overwatchers on stream, So they are going to be something we haven't seen yet. We have no idea what they're going to be bringing to the table. So, just hanging out for the moment because I do know that the Overwatchers are currently playing against GFI. We will be showing off GFI and their talented roster of players tomorrow, as they will, unfortunately, be the only ones who aren't being featured tonight. Due to the nature of this tournament, we couldn't quite get to everybody tonight, as well as there will be more games tomorrow between some of these same teams. I, for one, am excited to find out about Houston Traffic versus Mercy Girls. Both teams have seemed dominant so far, with Houston Traffic so far going 2-0 in the tournament, and Mercy Girls also going 2-0. Currently, Overwatch is also 2-0, and I believe so. I will be interested to see how this goes with the Overwatchers. Reminder that we are just hanging out here for a hot second, waiting for things to get started for Overwatch and the Overwatchers. It'll still be a hot minute because Overwatchers are currently still in another round. We've had some technical difficulties tonight due to issues with the start.gg page. However, these should be, for the most part, worked out, and tomorrow everything should be running smoothly. Reminder that I am your host, Tiny Infinity, captain of the DU Overwatch team. And if anyone here, watchers or players, are interested, join our Discord with !Discord in the chat to be able to join the team if you're interested. We are looking for players of all skill levels. So don't worry if you don't think you're quite good enough. We have multiple talented coaches available and ready to help you grow and be able to compete better, pardon me, be able to compete better so that you feel as good as you can. We compete in a variety of tournaments, including but not limited to the Calling All Heroes tournament and the NACE Collegiate League. Look out for more tournaments as well, because you never know what we might end up doing. In previous years, we have done, and may do again in the future, a tournament for Colorado, which was a number of teams from Colorado competing against each other. DU was the winner of the tournament for Colorado. So, if you are interested in contributing to this legacy that we have, feel free to join and DM me, Tiny Infinity, if you are interested in the DU Overwatch team at all. However, DU Esports also offers a variety of other competitive games if Overwatch isn't quite your style, including but not limited to CSGO, Rocket League, League of Legends, and more. So if you are interested in any of those games, or potentially other ones, feel free to join and talk to the individual captains. We have a great program here at DU Esports with basically any game you could ever want to play. There will be somebody in the Discord who will play it with you. We have a vast community of all different kinds of people, and it's really just a great place to be. Alright, still just hanging out again due to the other match set that is happening. So, we are just hanging out for the moment. I have been informed that there is currently a very close game occurring between Mercy Girls and Houston Traffic. And so, we will be hopping over there real quick just to get a little bit of action. They are currently on their third map. All right.
Welcome to Circuit Royale.
They are 1-1.
Initiating match.
We are jumping in here just to get us into something a little bit more interesting than just the match page. This is Mercy Girls versus Houston Traffic. They are currently 1-1.
Ready for battle.
However, when the game between Overwando and Overwatchers starts, we will be heading back there. Tyler versus Caitlyn. Yes! A very interesting matchup here between two of my most outspoken players. We have Caitlyn on Ashe, Wong Kong on the Ana, Dark Sun. Ooh, coming right up over the top is N. Alpha Lupum coming out on the Sigma here. A little bit of back and forth, but N manages that pick. Ronan diving straight in. They do manage to pull the res off, however, they are immediately punished for it. Icarus manages to pick off Genji, but at what cost at this point? Houston Traffic is having to back off a little bit as they are down several players. That Widow is nasty. However, Wong Kong does finish her off, but at the cost of Caitlyn. Mercy has returned and can go for the res, which she does. Alpha Lupum is slept but woken up. The Widow is now returning from spawn, so they have to look out for those nasty sightlines. Caitlyn taking some long shots, but oh, immediately picked by N. And Wong Kong follows right after for a 2-man advantage for Mercy Girls. Icarus is trying to even the score, but gets slept. Swinging a little bit, but is purple and can't receive the healing. And as a result, that is a quick .1 for Mercy Girls. Oh, and N is not quite done on their reign of terror, nor is Ronin. Picking off both Kit Kate and Wong Kong as they are returning from spawn. Dark Sun is waiting in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but I'm not sure they know where they are yet. Icarus and Agathorn are back. And Houston Traffic is ready for a hold here. Despite many teams, Caitlyn has switched to the Sombra and is fighting against the Widow, but can't quite get the pick off, and Ronin with a quick kill onto both supports spells doom for Houston Traffic. Mercy Girls looking absolutely dominant here on this .2 push. Incredible stuff. This Widow has just been an absolute menace. We are finally pulling up to this second point, and I don't think Houston Traffic even has a contest. We are back on .3 already. A very, very quick push here. And just like that, their Ana is down. And again, Houston Traffic are on the back foot because of this Widow. Kit Kate tries to counter it with a Widow of her own, but Ronin is just not gonna let that happen with a vicious, vicious Genji play. Having to regroup as they have pushed already up to this last straight. The cart just a little bit behind Alpha Lupum, who's pushed up. Here is this ult with the Genji ult, a nasty combination, getting players down to half and then finishing them off. We get the nano there on top. A tire from Dark Sun doing some work, but will it be enough? We're gonna have to wait and see. Icarus, the only one left on point, tries to use his ult, but is finished off. Only 2 players remain. And of course, Houston Traffic spawn is close, but they're gonna have to move fast. As the Mercy Girls are regrouping very quickly. Kitsune Rush from Brother Wolf. They have the Bastion now in Dark Sun, but Caitlyn picked off by Ronin. Again, Ronin just really absolutely carrying here. Agathorn, the only one left on point, and only for a second, gets the Tracer. But in the end, it does not matter. With a blitzing speed of 3 minutes and 32 seconds left on the clock.
Score.
Very, very strong push there from Mercy Girls. I am very interested to see what they are going to, what Houston Traffic is going to pull out here in attempts to turn this around. That was a very, very quick capture of all 3 points.
Ready for battle.
All right. For Houston Traffic, we have Caitlyn, Kit Kate on the Genji, Wong Kong on the Moira, Dark Sun on the Baptiste, Icarus on the Ramatra, Agathorn on the Symmetra. For Mercy Girls, we have Scuff on the Ana, Alpha Lupum on the Sigma, Ronin on the Genji, Brother Wolf on the Kiriko, and N on the Widow.
5,
Again, Ronan and N were just absolutely dominating that last round, and I expect they're gonna keep doing it. This is gonna definitely be a tough one for Houston Traffic. Maybe they're going for a teleport strat here, pushing up to this high ground right away to try and force them off of it. It's a good strat because it forces the Widow out of position. Kit goes down to Alpha Lupum, but Ronan is also finished off and Icarus is chasing down this Widow pick. Fortunately, they lose Agathorn, but Icarus and Wong Kong are pushing now from the defender's side onto the Ana. She's very low, but so is Icarus, and Brother Wolf is determined to keep his Ana up. However, they've been pushing the cart for most of this time. Icarus slept once more. Scuff so quick to sleep, and very accurate. Icarus pushing up, manages to block the rock. Wongkon and Agathorn pushing in. Agathorn is purple and 1. Ronan goes down, but so does Wongkong. Kit doing her best to deny this Widow. Icarus slept again. I'm guessing they're getting pretty annoyed with how much they're sleeping. However, Sigma nanoed on point. Icarus with the 3K with the Ram ult. Alpha Lupum looking to turn this around, takes out Dark Sun. But Icarus coming through when Houston Traffic need it the most. Incredible play by Icarus there to secure them point 1. Icarus now pushing up, trying to secure the kill on the Widow, but unfortunately getting triple teamed by the supports and Widow. Kit, however, looking to even the tides, manages to get the Widow, but Icarus falls, and Kit, surrounded by the rest of the enemy team, doesn't survive too long either. Now, with just the few remaining players of the team, the supports and the Symmetra, they are forced to fall back. Icarus is back now, and they manage to take out Scuff. However, Agathorn goes down, and Dark Sun follows quickly. Only the Moira now in Wong Kong for heals. She's pushed up aggressively. However, it might be working in their favor. Kate pushing onto N, but unfortunately is taken out by Ronan. Spectacular Genji play from Ronan. Wong Kong gets the pick onto the Widow with an orb, but unfortunately, the rest of her team is cleaned up, forcing Houston Traffic to go back to spawn. Now we have the Widow Sights, a very powerful ability when in these players' hands, and there goes Caitlyn. Downed immediately. Dark Sun following with a nasty headshot. Ronan taking advantage of these Widow Sights with his blade. Unfortunately doesn't get anything, but N is right there to ensure that their ult does not go to waste. And Caitlyn again falling to this Widow. This is a tough map for this team. Houston Traffic is gonna have a tough time getting up here. They go for a TP comp and have reversed things. However, the Widow goes down immediately, a good sign. The Orisa ult doesn't get anyone. However, Baptiste is cleaned up in the aftermath. Icarus ults and gets Moira with their ult and is pushing up further and further to try and secure, and they do secure the pick on Alpha Lupum. But now they gotta beware of Ronan and N once more. They're formidable DPS. Icarus doesn't seem too afraid at the moment. However, with the rest of the team pulling up, maybe they should be, as Wongkong falls. There are both support ults used from Mercy Girls. Kit gets a pick. However, it is nothing against the Raging Tide. That is the Mercy Girls with another clean fight. Sending Houston Traffic back to their spawn once again. They have only got a minute 28 now from their approximately 4-minute time bank since they started this point. We now have the switch onto the Winston for Icarus off of the Ramatra, inevitably to dive these more squishier targets. However, Ronin has gone to the Reaper and perfectly matched that counter pick. We have the Window, however, with the Widow, there's no point in using Window because she's just gonna pick your head off. Agathorn is on the Hanzo, but it doesn't seem to do anything, not in the face of an Orisa. Wong Kong tries to flee along with Kit Kate, but they cannot make it out of there in time. Once again, Mercy Girls holding this second point very strong. Icarus onto the Doom now, not liking that Winston Reaper matchup. Kit Kate picked early. Oh, and Agathorn and Dark Sun. Immediately, the entirety of Houston traffic picked apart. I will be surprised if Wong Kong can even get out of this with their head attached. This Widow has just been vicious this point. Kit Kate and Dark Sun rushing to the point. Icarus not far behind, but unfortunately the two fall quickly, and with an Orisa ult, it is going to be hard to hold that point. Wong Kong has to touch, but they'll only be able to do so for so long. And with the Kitsune rush, that is just about it. Mercy Girls hold them strong on second point for the win. Incredible gameplay by both teams there. Lots of back and forth, but the Widow was so dominant. Here is the team kill by Icarus, managing to capture point 1. Just missed the Genji kill right at the end there. Very strong performance from both teams, but unfortunately, Houston Traffic just could not finish off the Widow or the Genji, who absolutely dominated that second point. Looks like we will be going to Esperanza for our push map, the first push map we have seen all night. I am curious to see how this goes, as it is the Houston Traffic's pick. And as a result, hopefully, for them at least, it is their stronger map. We could be going to a map 5. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Esperanza is of course a push map, a new type of map and a new game mode introduced in Overwatch 2, in which the teams have to compete to push the bot and push their barricade the furthest on either side. Standings are now Mercy Girls 2, Houston Traffic 1.
Ready for battle.
If Houston Traffic loses this push map, it's over for them. And Mercy Girls takes the win. We have Scuff on the Ana, Alpha Lupum on the Orisa, Ronin on the Tracer, Brother Wolf on the Mercy, and N on the Soldier. Kit Kate on the Genji, Wong Kong on the Moira, Dark Sun on the Brig, Icarus on the Rhine, and Agathorn on the McCree. Two very different comps here. I will be curious to see if they will continue to play the Reinhardt into the Orisa, as I know most Rhine players would much rather prefer the Rhine duel. Charge there tries to pick off the Mercy, but unfortunately can't quite. And as a result, without their tank, the majority of the team falls. Alpha Lupum getting some picks there. Kit Kate gets a pick onto the Tracer, And we had a pick there from Wong Kong, but unfortunately the 2 picks are not quite enough. We now have the Winston swap from Icarus, who's taking aggressive positioning here while still their team has not quite caught up. Now they're a little bit closer, it's a little bit more even, but I can't imagine that they want to push this too hard with Icarus only at half health. A nice dive though from Icarus and KitKat onto the Soldier and onto the Mercy. 2 picks right off the bat for Houston Traffic, but the cost is Icarus going down. Agathorn manages to pick off the Orisa, and now it is just Scuff left on point. Ronan on the Tracer is backing off for the time being. However, N is eager to continue this fight. KitKat is not going to let that happen though, as Houston Traffic push closer and closer to that middle ground. Alpha Lupem has switched to the Winston, but unfortunately is burst down after diving in a little bit alone. Houston Traffic takes the lead. KitKat gets slept in this corridor where they are confronting the supports and DPS of Mercy Girls. Icarus going in with a deep dive, getting 2. However, KitKat falls to Ronan. Houston Traffic, Icarus gets 1 more pick before diving back as Houston Traffic takes first point. Ronan, however, is not about to let Icarus get away with that deep of a dive and manages to pick them off. Now Houston Traffic pushes up, but without their tanks, this is not going to be a fun fight. And especially not with a nano visor staring you down. KitKat and Icarus are coming in a little bit late here, but they are on their own, and this is not a fight they are going to want to take. They're trying to back out, but they finally do meet up with their team at the cost of their closer spawn. Icarus goes diving in, and KitKat blades. Can she get anything with this blade? No! Taken out by the Soldier. However, Wong Kong strikes back, taking out the Kiriko, but the DPS on Mercy Girls are just vicious. Agathorn trying to fend off the Tracer and Winston, as well as the Ana, but unfortunately, being the only one alive means that they just can't. KitKat pushing back up now, up in this kind of high ground window, but Ronan is quick to contest this, taking the high ground for themselves. Icarus dives in immediately, but there is that Reaper, not a big fan, and immediately Icarus goes down. The Coalescence and Brick ult used by Houston Traffic. However, the Kiriko rush is too much with the rest of the team, and Mercy Girls managed to pick apart Houston Traffic. And just like that, take the point and likely take the lead. Icarus diving in, but falls so fast after diving in alone. Agathorn looking to do what they can, but also can't quite get much. KitKat on this Reaper now. However, the rest of her team falls around her, and it is only a matter of time before she falls too. Now the rest of Mercy Girls just posturing around the cart. However, Ronan on a deep flank. Let's see what they're doing here. They don't have Pulse Bomb, but they can still get a nasty flank in. I think they are looking for Wong Kong here. And oh, both DPS diving in on Wong Kong, finishing her off. However, Agathorn strikes back with the Pulse Bomb onto Scuff, and KitKat finishes off Alpha Lupem. That doesn't stop N from finishing off Icarus, and the fight continues on. Still with both Tracers, both Reapers, and now Mercy Girls are down their support and forced to fall back a little bit for the time being. KitKat has been pushing the bot during this time allowing to regain that progress. She's confronted by 3 of the members from Mercy Girls and backs off a little bit, but is still able to. A quick blossom results in the death of Ronin, and Dark Sun manages to finish off the Reaper as they push forward, again eager to take this space. Just like that, Mercy Girls fall. Be curious to see if Alpha Lupum holds this Winston in the face of Kit Kate's Reaper. Icarus clearly did not want to take the fight into En's Reaper, and so as a result, but it seems no, Alpha Lupum still holding the Winston. Maybe for his ult. Wong Kong gets stuck by a nasty pulse bomb. There is both nothing quite gotten with that Orisa ult as Kate and Agathorn go down. Dark Sun following, and Icarus after that. Houston Traffic being so close to capping there, but just not quite being able to take the lead. We are diving back in now. Kate trying to stall for the closer spawn. Agathorn throwing their pulse bomb in what was maybe a little bit of a silly move. Not quite sure what they were looking to get there. But Agathorn makes the switch to Mei. Wong Kong is slept and dove, unfortunately, by 3 players, leaving Dark Sun scrambling underneath the crushing tide that is Mercy Girls. They are backing off Kate, Icarus, and Agathorn. Icarus falls to Ronin. Ronin tonight proving that they are very adept at a wide variety of characters. Agathorn pushes up to fight Ronin, but Ronin dives in for a pick onto Wong Kong. Now it is N nanoed on this Reaper. That is certainly a scary sight to see, but Kate now also nanoed. Going for that Death Blossom, manages to get Ronin, and finally finishes off N, but at the cost of Icarus, and Agathorn falls. The bot is still walking onwards, although a big purple could really change things, as Kate manages to take out Scuff. However, the members of Mercy Girls were not entirely finished off, meaning they might still be able to take a fast retake here. Icarus has now switched to the ball as N is booped down and they dive, although this dive seems a little disconnected with Alpha Lupum going in alone and getting finished off. N and Ronin diving in, but don't seem to get much and have to back out. Although there is that death. Oh! Manages to get Kate, but N is then quickly finished off. Agathorn getting a nice pick onto the Kiriko. And Icarus finishing Scuff off, allowing for Houston Traffic to turn things around. Ronin pushed up a little bit, but is likely going to fall back. Maybe looking for a little bit of poke here. Diving in, with the pulse bomb onto Wong Kong. Unfortunate loss in the last 30 seconds. The blizzard is thrown in, but it doesn't quite get anybody as Mercy Girls descends onto Houston Traffic. Houston Traffic is going to have to act fast. Icarus is going to have to stay alive and rush back in order to be able to touch the robot. But they can't. And just like that, Mercy Girls goes 3-1 against Houston Traffic. Very strong showing from Mercy Girls. I would be very scared of this team going into the playoffs. Brother Wolf here showing absolute strength on this Kiriko. All in all, a very fine matchup that we got to catch a little bit of. All right. Now, we will pretty soon be hopping in for Overwando versus the Overwatchers. So, for the moment, however, we will be hopping back onto the quick break. I am going to take a quick 5 minutes while we prepare for the next match. See you in a few. Hello, we are back. We are going to be playing one more match tonight. It's going to be Overwatch versus the Overwatchers. We are just waiting for the Overwatchers to get into the lobby. So for the moment, we are just hanging out real quick. But we've got one last match of some really good Overwatch for you guys. And any fans of GFI, they will be featured first thing tomorrow. It's the first match of the day since we have yet to feature them. We will be starting up though with Overwatch and Overwatchers soon. Just waiting for them to get in here. I would like to give a big thank you to our sponsor, Lowell, for sponsoring, of course, this tournament. We are having a wonderful time so far, and we are gonna have to wait and see how this final match goes. I think this is gonna be a really interesting one. Overwatchers seems like a pretty tough team, but Overwatch has also seemed really, really strong thus far. So, I am excited to see what both teams bring to the table. We have already seen Overwatch a couple of times tonight, and so we know pretty much what they like to run so far. Overwatchers, however, we have yet to feature on stream, so they will be hopping in here, pardon me, that was quite the slip of a tongue. They will be hopping into this lobby very soon. Let's see what happens. Now, thus far, if I take a look at the Overwatchers, so far they are 1-1. It will be interesting to see how they hold up against Overwatch, who are of course 2-0. So we are gonna be starting out here on Oasis. Fun map here. We've already seen Oasis tonight, although we've only seen 2 of the maps of Oasis, and I am excited to see if we can get a third. Hopefully, but we are gonna be getting in here. They are just doing the coin toss. Going to find out. Alright guys, for the last prediction tonight, who is winning this series, Overwatch or the Overwatchers? Make your predictions now with your channel points. we have had the coin toss, and it appears we are not going to Oasis after all and are going to Lijiang Tower. We should be starting any second now. Just waiting on the ready up from Overwando. Predictions so far pretty heavily in the favor of Overwando. But let's find out.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Initiating match.
All right. Let's get right into this. So for the Overwatchers we have not yet had on stream, we have Showboat, Ninja Ma, Egg Sandwich, Falcon, and I'm not quite sure how to say this one, so I'm just gonna say J-Rock. Alright. For Overwando, we have Kitrin on the Kiriko, Crimson on the Junkrat, Luffy on the Orisa, Wolf of Death on the Sojourn, and Aki on the Lucio, although we might be having some changes here, right as I say that. For Overwatchers, we have Showboat on Wrecking Ball, Ninjama on the Hanzo, Egg Sandwich on Lucio, Falcon on Echo, and J-Rock on Baptiste. Interesting choice here that they have the Lucio Baptiste and don't have much in the way of protection for the Echo or how to heal her. We have the Symmetra teleport onto point for Overwando, taking a really strong position here. Well, oh, pardon me. I was invited to a group in order to get into this, and we will not be featuring comms. Alright, right away, Overwando starting this off strong, getting picks onto J-Rock. However, Egg Sandwich turns it around and manages to pick off Wolf of Death. Still a few players lingering for Overwatchers. And in fact, Ninja manages to pick off Kitrin. And Ryan is taken down. I believe they are going to turn this with only Crimson and Aki still left on the point. And as I say that, Aki falls or Crimson falls. However, with the Symmetra teleporters, they have much faster respawns. So Wolf of Death manages to get Egg Sandwich, but Ninja and Falcon pick off. That is a very early ult from Falcon. They are getting a lot of value out of this Echo pick. Managing to pick up an ult in a very short amount of time. However, Overwatchers have 9% compared to Overwando's 38. They're choosing to push here through this white room. Oh, a massive boop for Showboat. Picking off 3. Make that 4. Almost the team kill, but J-Rock manages to steal it. An incredible boop there. Ninja, oh, with a nasty headshot onto Crimson. That is going to delay Overwando. And their recontests here. Overwatchers have taken the majority here with 47% and climbing. However, another TP onto point. Oh, Aki gets booped. Crimson's tire is finished off. Luffy does manage to get Ninja, but unfortunately, Aki and Kitrin both fall. In a very ult-heavy fight. Ultimately, Overwatchers holds. We now have Crimson on the Sombra. Taking the wider flank, they are now choosing to go around to the right side. Be curious to see if they can get booped again. I know they're probably watching really close for this ball. We also have Wolf of Death on the Sojourn. The boop comes through, but unfortunately this time they are expecting it. Kitchen manages to pick off Ninja, but Egg Sandwich finishes off Aki and Crimson. This is going to be a tough fight. Doesn't quite get off the EMP. Luffy and Kitchen trying to hold this point. Wolf of Death barely clinging on, but falls. A big shatter, but unfortunately Luffy falls as he casts it. Kitchen does manage to pick off Egg Sandwich, but Ninja turns it around with a pick on Crimson, and Showboat finishes off Kitchen and Aki. Unfortunately, that is round 1. Not quite going the way of Overwatch.
Score 1-0.
A very tough match, though. This will certainly have quite a bit of back and forth. Will be interesting to see if the teams change up their compositions here. We have Crimson on the Reaper, Luffy on the Reinhardt. Otherwise, so far, teams are staying the same.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, and that is a pause. We are having a pause for what I assume would be technical issues. However, we will get back into things as soon as possible. Got just about 2 seconds left on this countdown here. However, remember to predict who you think is winning this series with your channel points. Overwatchers or Overwando? Got just a little bit of time left to do so, so be sure to clock in with your opinion. It is certainly going to be an interesting matchup. Just by that first point alone, both teams have already shown how strong they are. Showboat, however, had just an incredible boop there, which you can only imagine has probably thrown off the mental of Overwando at least a little bit. However, we're going to have to wait and see if they can bring things back here on this second point. It seems that they might not be going with the Symmetra TP this time. Instead, they're going for more of a brawl comp, which is interesting into the Overwatchers' much more flighty and kind of all over the place comp. Of course, the Wrecking Ball, Lucio, and Echo are all pretty hard targets to track down when it comes to these sorts of things. And Bap, of course, has his jump, which can get him out of a lot of unfortunate situations. Ninja is arguably their least mobile hero. However, with Hanzo's one-shot pick potential, Hanzo is really never just kind of left defenseless and on his own. On the other side, of course, we have most of the team has this vertical movement. Moira, of course, with her fade. Reaper can, of course, teleport. Sojourn has her jump and slide, and Lucy, of course, can wall climb, which leaves Ryan in a little bit of a tougher situation here. They're definitely going to have to be sure to make sure that they keep their Rhine with them and aren't heading into too many places. However, at this point, doesn't rely overly much on high ground or being particularly mobile, but it can be nice if you get booped off this edge to have at least an attempt at a recovery. It seems we are out of the pause and getting right back on into things. Let's see how this map plays out. Overwando surging out, ready to reclaim this point. A little bit split here from the Overwatchers. It's to be expected with their comp. Echo up in this top window, poking in with those nades. We have Ball on the side, but oh, with a lucky headshot, Ninja manages to take out Crimson, removing a good amount of their damage. Ninja also picks Kitron, and Wolf of Death follows soon after, leaving Luffy alone on the point. Aki has to try and get out. They manage to grab the Mega, but unfortunately, Echo just bursts them down. And Overwando has to full reset. Pushing back in now as Aki is luckily able to return fast. We have a nade in. We have the Junkrat now for Wolf of Death instead of the Sojourn, who falls quickly to the Echo. A little bit of poking here. The Immortality Field is down, but a Dragon across the point will do quite a bit of damage. The Overwatchers clean up. Echo uses her ult here, which might have been a little bit of an overkill, as she's now just wandering up to their spawn. Not getting too much out of that ultimate, but for the moment, the Overwatchers are sitting comfortably. They don't need to worry too much. Rolling through, not quite another big boot, but Showboat does manage to finish off Wolf of Death. And with the team being so separated by those mines, the rest of the Overwatchers are able to just pick apart the remaining members of Overwando. This corridor can be absolutely killer for a team trying to attack the point. And there we have an interesting trade. Two projectile DPS characters managing to kill each other. Showboat pushing in from the side, coming in from the behind. We have the Coalescence here from Kitron to try and keep the team at full strength. Big shatter there from Luffy. Manages to catch two with that. Echo and Baptiste still struggling to get out, although Kitron is not going to let that Echo escape with her life, nor the Baptiste managing to finish off those lower players that were struggling to try and escape there. But we have this Hanzo back now. Kitron is playing dangerously on their own and not with the rest of their team. Falcon going in for the pick, but Luffy picks Ninja, but again, Falcon having that ult so fast. Showboat picks off. There's a shatter, and just like that, Overwatchers have turned the tide again so quickly. Overwatchers are definitely very fast about their engages, and when they want to take fights, they take them hard. Kitron does manages to get a touch, so overtime starts. Crimson picks off Falcon with a Death Blossom. Kitron fighting for the team on the point. Luffy taking some damage from these dragons. Wolf and Kitron falling, but there are 3 players left from Overwando who are able to hold on to the point, turning it back in their favor. But Showboat and J-Rock have their ults, whereas only Wolf has his ult. And Wolf is being attacked at their spawn. It is Kitron and Wolf of Death fighting for their lives to get back to point, but neither can. And now having picked off now 3 members, it's not going to be too much work for the rest of the Overwatchers to push onto point and finish off Aki and Luffy. And just like that, the point is flipped. Wolf and Kitron barely managed to make it on, but Crimson and Wolf fall. Kitron a moment later to Ninja. Aki might have a touch, but not quite. And just like that, Overwatchers take the first map. I think we all know exactly which play this is. The 3-man boop. Followed up with the pick on the Moira. Very strong wrecking ball play from Showboat so far. I look forward to seeing what other tanks they can pull out of their roster. So next it will be Overwando's pick for the map selection. We are gonna have to wait and see. Looks like we are going to King's Row. Of course, a classic favorite of many, many Overwatch players.
Now entering King's Row. Initiating match.
All right. Let us see. Again, a wonderful view of the staircase outside of the attacker's spawn. I'll be curious to see if we can get any snipers from either team from that top window to get any picks. So we of course have first point here.
Ready.
I'm really hoping that we can actually get to a third point tonight. I believe in Overwando and the Overwatchers to finally get us to that third point hybrid, or that third point of escort, which we have only seen with the Houston Traffic and Mercy Girls match. The rest of the matches we have seen tonight have been some pretty tough 3-0s.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Crimson
1.
hinting at the Widow for a second, but they ultimately switch. Wolf of Death playing the Ashe in that top window. Luffy pushing very quickly through this first choke, taking ground. Showboat has already used both of their bubbles, although Crimson falls low. However, they're pushing back. Luffy's shield is down, and unfortunately, they fall. Crimson looking to turn this around, but Ninja and Falcon doing exactly what they do best and getting those necessary picks to just turn the fight around wholeheartedly. A little bit of spam here on the spawn from Falcon. Coming out of spawn quickly again for Overwando. Definitely a very organized team. They have a strong, they're pathing. However, Luffy gets slept and hit with a bunch of those nades, which can be devastating. Seems like we're going through Hotel now, although Crimson has to back off after using that deflect. Big Purple, however, Luffy is very, very low, and Purple as well. Overwando has to retreat in order to keep their tank alive. A little bit more of an engage here. Luffy again falling so low before the fight even begins. Those echo grenades can be so devastating, but the fight is in. Luffy with a shatter, a big purple, but the Grav Dragons manages to pick two. Falcon cleaning up another. Luffy and Wolf holding the point. Wolf falls. It is now just Luffy and Showboat, but Luffy manages to out-damage Showboat. Aki comes rushing back, of course desperate to keep their Rhine and their contest on this point alive. J-Rock and Egg Sandwich poking a little, but ultimately falling back as they do not quite have the ability to contest there with any amount of, pardon the alarm, that was for me. They don't have the ability to contest there. Luffy poking, but their shield is down. This choke can be so difficult for the attacking team. Luffy is, again, so low, but Crimson with a critical pick onto Egg Sandwich. However, Falcon isn't about to just give this corner up and copies the Reinhardt. 2 tanks on a team, especially in Overwatch 2, is devastating. Doesn't quite connect with the Shatter, and here is Crimson in the back with the blade, nano tossed on top with Wolf of Death ulting as well. I don't know if Wolf really needed to Sojourn ult there. I feel like that was a little bit wasteful, and that they're gonna be wanting that ult coming up here. However, Overwatch pushes on, holding on to their Shatter and Beat Drop, while Overwatchers come up on another Grav Dragon combo, as well as a Nano, and fairly soon, a Window. Overwatchers is going to contest this. There's the Grav with the Nano, Shatter into the back, and the Beat manages to protect the majority of Overwatch. Luffy in the back manages to Shatter and pick 3. Wolf of Death cleaning up Showboat, leaving only Ninja, who is very low, left for the Overwatchers. Pushing up a little bit now. They are looking to take these first 2 corners, which are so pivotal to hold for defense. Dragons is going to divide the team a little bit, but thanks to that doorway. Oh, Luffy goes down due to being split off from the Dragons. And from there, the rest of Overwatch just crumbles. Wolf of Death being picked off late is even worse. Now they're going to have to wait even longer for her to respawn. Window there. Never a good idea to peek one of those, and as a result, Overwatch backs off, but Falcon is still hunting for Crimson. Gets quite a bit of damage in, but just not quite enough to secure the kill. Going in, Luffy now, they've used Immortality early. A major resource down. Luffy has that Nano. Falcon is slept, but woke up. A big Shatter finishing off Ninja, and Luffy makes quick work of the supports, where Crimson finishes off Showboat, hunting down the Echo, but just not quite able to finish them off. Now rushing back in order to contest. Showboat manages to make it on as the ball, but Ninja goes down. Falcon picks Kitrin, which could be huge. Losing your Ana is massively detrimental, and with the Beat on top, it's going to be tough here for Overwatch to finish this. And in fact, with only Aki remaining, they're going to have to head back to spawn and try again, getting it almost there. 1.7 meters remaining. But they're coming back quick. Aki being the last one to die is, of course, a little bit beneficial because Lucio gets back to the fight that much quicker. Showboat, however, almost has mines built up from that singular fight, and Luffy going down just means that this push is going to have to fall back and reset. That's a big pick onto Falcon. They might be able to capitalize, but they're still waiting on their Rhine to come back from spawn. And so, most likely Falcon, a big pick from Ninja. Crimson going in with the Nano Blade, manages to pick off. Ninja isn't going to let them, however, just take this for free and picks off Kitrin. The Beat on top from Aki to try and secure this for Overwatch, but will it be enough? Showboat picks off Luffy, and Falcon has the Echo Blade, which manages to finish off Aki. And now, 60 seconds, once again, Overwatch is sent back to the drawing board. We have Crimson making the swap to McCree. A big pick, though, from Wolf of Death, picking off that Echo, who's been such a nuisance for them this whole game. Window, however, is bad news, and so is Mines, which Crimson barely escapes. But Luffy ever charging in, manages to pick off the Baptiste, but at the cost of his own life. Sojourn charges in, but is picked off. And unfortunately, without their tank, Overwando has to reset. 13 seconds remain, and will they be able to get a good fight here? I don't think so. Luffy has to rush point, and the rest of team Overwando have to come running in behind him. Aki goes down. Wolf of Death with a good ult, but can't get anything done with it. And just like that, round is over. Overwando stopped so short of being able to complete this map.
Initiating match.
Ultimately, 1.70 meters away from completing King's Row. Overwatchers are definitely having a little bit of a tough time here. Wando was so strong, pushing through second point as quickly as they did.
Ready for battle.
They're definitely gonna have to keep up a quick pace in order to match up with Overwando. Seems we will be getting the Widow from Ninja. Showboat on the Orisa, Ninja on the potential Widow, Egg Sandwich on the Lucio, Falcon on Echo, and J-Rock on Baptiste. We have Kitrin on the Ana, Crimson on the Junkrat, Luffy on the Reinhardt, and Wolf of Death on McCree. Aki rounding out the roster on the Zenyatta. First shot doesn't quite connect for Ninja, but they're not dissuaded by this. Falcon going low, having to back off a little bit, but Luffy taking those nades, not fun. Falcon is going in again. Ninja on this far left flank has a wide sightline of this entire point, making it dangerous for anybody but Luffy to stand on this point. Wolf of Death, however, fights back, picks off Echo. Egg Sandwich returns the favor, but Crimson, well, Crimson enjoys an Egg Sandwich. Luffy swinging on Showboat, doesn't have much of a shield and is getting low. However, they have the space to back off. Crimson with a nice pick onto J-Rock. Luffy charges forward, taking that space. Showboat, however, doesn't want to back down. Egg Sandwich and Falcon pushing in here. Luffy about half health. And a trade for Egg Sandwich and Wolf of Death, but Showboat with a strong grab manages to pick off the remainder of Overwando, leaving Luffy, who was nanoed but no more, to defend the point. And against all of the Overwatchers, Luffy falls. Showboat and Falcon pushing up aggressively here, trying to deny any chance of a recontest, which they solidly do.
Objective lost.
As well as we have Ninja in this high ground positioning, meaning they've got nice sight lines. Nice sleep though from Kitrin, and Crimson, oh, with the combo, picks off the Widow. Luffy now holding this choke. It can be so important for defending teams to hold this choke. It's such a good spot. But with Falcon copying the Rhine, well, doesn't do a whole lot actually. Crimson enjoying this nice choke where he can just spam nades in and get picks, but Showboat fires back with a pick onto Wolf of Death. That Nano manages to help with the shatter. However, Falcon picks off Crimson. And with another pick onto Kitrin, this is going to be a fight loss for Overwando. Ooh, Aki with a late Transcendence. That could have been saved for a grab or something like that, but no. I'm hoping that they switch, because if not, oof, that was rough. Showboat and Falcon ever pushing up. Crimson and Wolf of Death here, trying to slow their gradual push here. Luffy swapped onto the Zarya, looking to counter, but Showboat already has a grab. Crimson trying to equalize, manages to pick both supports. Ninja, however, looking for the pick on Crimson. Crimson doesn't let him get that, though. Now the problem is going to be Falcon. Crimson is going to have a little bit of a tougher time against this flying enemy. And Showboat, having so much health, is not going to be fun to contest. Falcon manages to pick off Crimson. Luffy is going to have to hurry here if they want to contest, and they do. However,
Adaptive circuit engaged.
Falcon again with this echo pick, just pulling out these ults left and right. Showboat and Falcon, two Zaryas, so happy to just jump their way all the way to the defender's spawn. And Falcon manages to take Crimson with them while they're heading back. Playing very aggressive here for the Overwatchers. Luffy, now nanoed, pushes back in, manages to pick Ninja. Egg Sandwiches ults it a little bit late, too late to save. But Showboat picks off Luffy, Falcon, Wolf of Death, and now with a grab, they finish off the remaining players. Luffy is going to have to rush as quickly as they can, but even then, I'm not sure they'll make it. The High Noon is a good pick onto Falcon. This is going to be close, though. Defenders, of course, have spawn advantage, but Egg Sandwich falling is major. But Showboat and Ninja are determined to make up for the loss of their support. Showboat coming through with those clutch kills right when their team needs it. Luffy, desperate to hold on to this point. We have the Bastion now. Luffy manages to pick Showboat. Wolf of Death getting a pick on J-Rock, forcing Overwatchers to play a little bit more passively for now. But that won't stop Ninja from just firing into Overwando. Egg Sandwich, Ninja, and Falcon just spamming into the team. Wolf of Death here with the Bastion. Shatter gets 3. Crimson cleaning them up. The Echo ult not able to do enough as Overwando finally recollecting themselves with this close spawn and holding. Overwatchers have a minute 39 to take this point. No switches from the Overwatchers. They are confident that they can make this work. Crimson has the Blade, almost a beat, and almost Bastion ult, but Showboat and Ninja having almost a grab dragon, which could end this, but no! Only using the dragon, but it's enough to pick off Luffy, and Aki is split off. The remaining members are picked away. Crimson just can't quite make it, even with the Blade. Overwatchers go up 2-0.
Play of the game.
Definitely some decisive plays made by Showboat. An absolute beast of a tank. But of course, Falcon and Ninja just pulling out picks left and right whenever their team needs it. All three absolute powerhouses, and the support line is just so solid for the Overwatchers. This team looks pretty dangerous. But Overwando gets map pick here. We are going on to Escort. And if they can't quite pull out a win here, they will unfortunately go 0-3. So Overwando have to decide carefully which Escort map they are going to pick, because it could spell doom for them if they end up on a map that the Overwatchers like just a little bit more. We are going to have to wait and see what they pick. I will, however, give credit to Overwando, though. In that last game, they fought so well. That second point was so quick. Overwatchers barely had a fight second point. And Overwando just had some clutch plays. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Luffy with some incredible shatters. We will just have to wait and see, though. We are waiting on our Escort map pick. I will be interested to see which map they pick, because all four are very heavily leaning towards sniper maps. And as a result, I am really expecting to see Ninja on this Widow or the Hanzo. And I'm curious to see how they will counter it. We are going to Route 66, one we haven't seen tonight, so an interesting map. Lots of long sight lines, and of course, there's a couple of spots where Widows on attacking can just pop right up and get a pick. We are heading straight on in.
Traveling to Route 66.
Overwatchers will be defending first, with Overwando attacking. I will be curious to see where they set up. Some teams prefer to set up on top of big Earls, while others like to hold more directly in front of the choke. Both have their pros and cons, of course.
Ready for battle.
But let's see. On defense, we've got Showboat on the Soldier, Ninja on the Hanzo, Egg Sandwich on Zen, and Falcon is going to be playing tank for us this game on the Sigma, with J-Rock rounding it out on Baptiste. Currently seeing for Overwando, Kitrin on the Ana, Crimson on the Genji, Luffy on the Reinhardt, Sojourn for Wolf of Death, and Lucio for Aki. Ninja, of course, using the Sonic Arrow to try and get an idea of what the enemy is playing. And from the looks of things, they've got a pretty good idea. Ninja is looking for an early pick here. Doesn't quite get it. Crimson going up top here, along with Wolf of Death to contest this high ground. Luffy going in, immediately pick on Showboat, and Crimson cleans up Egg Sandwich. This is a strong start for Overwando. Already they have removed them mostly from the high ground. Crimson pushing up to contest. Luffy swinging on Ninja. Tries to get the pin, but doesn't quite, and the Immortality Field is gonna keep Ninja up for now. Luffy has to back off, but Crimson is happy to clean up for him. Showboat gets a pick onto Wolf of Death and Luffy. Crimson now forced to back off, but unfortunately falls. Kitchen, unfortunately, also gets cleaned up by Overwatchers returning to point. However, Overwando looking to make a quick recontest here, pushing back very quickly. Crimson again going for this high ground. Wolf of Death going incredibly low very quickly. Luffy getting hit with that rock. Overwando is hurting, but Ninja is too. Crimson takes out Immortality Field, but Showboat takes out Crimson. Luffy is nanoed. Goes for the charge, but doesn't quite get it. Showboat picks off Wolf of Death. Oh, so tough. Luffy goes for the shatter, but dies. Not sure that Falcon needed to ult there, but then again, they did clean up and win the fight. Interesting to me that Kitrin used the nano on Luffy and not Crimson. Gonna have to see if they incorporate a nano blade into their play. Pushing hard on the Baptiste. J-Rock getting separated from their team there. That's a big pick. And from the looks of things, they're happy to capitalize. Crimson with a quick pick on Ninja, but Showboat not gonna let them have that, but ults picks off by Wolf of Death, and Luffy cleans up Falcon, resulting in a first point capture for Overwando.
Has reached the checkpoint.
Ooh, quick pick from Ninja onto Kitchen. That is not good to lose your main support like that. Still pushing through this choke. A little bit of poke here from both teams, just trying to get situated through this set of gates here. But now, Falcon is not going to let him get any further and goes to contest, but back off. Wolf of Death with a pick on Egg Sandwich, but the dragons from Ninja come back. And, ooh, Aki with a late beat drop there only manages to protect themselves. And even then, they and Crimson both fall. Egg Sandwich holding onto that Transcendence. Falcon holding onto the Gravitic Flux. Both ults here. Very influential. There's the Gravitic Flux. Manages to get Luffy and Kitrin. Kitrin falls. Luffy is so low and unfortunately likely won't last. Nope, much longer. Luffy has rebuilt that shatter, but the rest of their team does not have much. Showboat almost has their ult, along with J-Rock. Egg Sandwich still holding on to it. Likely holding on to it for that Genji ult. Going into the tunnels here. Crimson getting picked off by Falcon. Egg Sandwich by Luffy. And now they could try for the pick on Falcon, but there's not a whole lot of power here. Kitrin getting picked is bad news. Even longer time for them to reset. Crimson pushing out Luffy as well. Wolf of Death has to back off, having fallen very low. Luffy only just getting back up from half health in order to contest this again. Aki getting left behind. And unfortunately, Kitrin and Luffy being the last two alive. The Gravitic Flux there from Falcon to really seal the deal. Wolf gets hit in spawn. Crimson as well, both backing up to get that spawn healing. A very dominant defensive hold here. Wolf falls. Even so far from the teams, using a wide variety of ults here. Crimson goes down to Showboat. It is just Luffy and Kitchen for Overwando, and Showboat make sure that it's just Luffy. However, Wolf of Death returns. Luffy kills Falcon. However, Showboat cleaning this
30
up.
seconds remaining.
Certainly being the Showboat that, well, their name is. This is the final push here for Overwando. Window early on. Not good, but Crimson no longer has to worry about that Transcendence. He does have to worry about a rock, however. Does manage to pick off the Baptiste, but there is Ninja in the back, dueling with Crimson. The High Noon from Showboat does not get anything, but they do manage to pick off Aki. Crimson picks off Egg Sandwich. Very nice, but they have to stay on point. Can they get back on? No! They step off the point. Just like that, the round is over.
0-1. Switching sides.
An incredible hold there from the Overwatchers. Now we just have to see how well can Overwando hold this first point. This is really their opportunity to win this match. However, they could pull off a very strong second point hold, just like the Overwatchers just did. Currently, we are seeing Kitron on the Ana, Crimson on his favorite Genji, Luffy on the Reinhardt, Wolf of Death on the Sojourn, and Aki on the Lucio. Showboat we have on the Genji, Ninja on the Widow, Egg Sandwich on the Zenyatta, Falcon currently on the Sigma, and J-Rock on the Baptiste.
5, 4.
We are getting right back into things. Let us see.
Stop the payload.
Immediately, aggressive hold by Luffy, holding straight on cart instead of in this choke. They're forced to back up quickly around this corner. Showboat already taking that high ground. Slept! Bad news as Crimson finishes them off. Being down one is not good. Luffy swinging on point, finishes off Egg Sandwich. Another good pick for Overwando. But is Luffy going too aggressive here? Luckily, they have their shield and are able to back up. But a risky charge like that could have ended up a lot worse. J-Rock already using the Immortality Field so early in this fight. Falcon getting so very low, but is able to be healed up. Luffy going for the Shatter, but isn't quite able to make anything stick. And so, Overwando has to back off without their tank. Unfortunately though, the Overwatchers are not inclined to let them do that. Crimson and Aki on this sort of off angle here. Kitron. Luffy has returned to the fight, but they lose Aki in this sort of in-between little scrap. Crimson and Showboat fighting. Kitron doing their best to support them. Luffy now has this nano. Overwando now back at mostly full strength, but they lose Wolf of Death and Luffy. Aki just doing their best to hold on point. Kitron trying to stay alive, but they just can't when being faced by a Genji and a Sigma. And Crimson unfortunately meets his end with a rock. Now the stakes are even higher for Overwando, who just have to get to here, and already they are making picks. This is looking worse and worse for Overwando, who now have to have an incredible defense in order to prevent the cart from making it such a short way. They have to regroup and quickly. Brock sent in, Luffy pushing out. Dragons into the tunnel, spells doom for 2 of the players on over Wando. Falcon attacking Kitrin in the back. And the blade from Showboat just finishes everything off with an exclamation point. The Overwatchers take this round.
Play of the game.
Very, very strong showing from the Overwatchers. Just absolute domination on this map. Holding so close to their spawn for so long. Showboat there, showing some excellent tracking. And that is our last game for the night. So, we are wrapping up now. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream today. And don't worry, there will be more tomorrow, starting at 1 o'clock MST. That is 1 p.m. Mountain Time. The tournament will continue with even more thrilling games. So come back next time, and hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.